nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, where you happen to be in the world today. How we doing? Still a little bit chilly and soggy here today. Just realized I didn't get the uptime going up there again. I'm telling you, I need a better system, I guess, for being able to track that. Let me fix this here a second. Getting things loaded up here. Going to be taking a close at the latest updates to the Dover International Speedway track build for the NASCAR Racing 2003 season racing simulation. Why is this not working? Hope everybody's doing well. Go ahead and start this up too. Lots of things going on in the background there, folks. Okay. Yeah, but Torch came in like a boss, I guess, with that jackpot right away. That deserves one of these deals. Yeah, that definitely deserves that. GG's on the jackpot coming in here to start of the starting sequence of the stream there. Nice, very very nice. And see if you get another one now. The bot will probably say no more. Yeah. You got it out of the way right away, so it's like no more jackpot for you. We'll see how that works. Let's see, 5. I'm gonna see if I can get this synced in here. Operative word is try. Let's see, 25. And by the time I get this in here, let's do that. Will that work? I think that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. Cool. I think I've got that running now. Cool, cool, cool. You got its number, right? Oh, well, you tried anyway. That was worth a try. It was definitely worth a try there. And I was just teasing you. Okay. 605. Yeah, that'll be close enough on the timer. It's cool. Alright. Alright. So, got the track loaded up here. Let's bring this over. I'm way too much on here. Oh, I got the wrong overlay there. Let's fix that. Not quite ready to go into the track and try this out. We will be getting there. Let's switch this over. There we go. Alright, like I said, the track is loaded up here with the latest and greatest things that we got going on with the build. There we go. Now we got some new items as well as just some refined or replaced items. I want to go through pretty much every one of them, you know, just to see what was going on with it, just to see where it came from and then where it's at now. So let's get into this here. So this folder, let's turn that down just a tad. There we go. Alright. Yeah, so we're in the track here. Let's take a look at the updates that we've got here so far. So we got all this going on. So we got new shadowing, things like that. New Styro Block deals there. I want to take a look at those right away. So I'm not 100% sure. I know you mentioned some changes in here. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, so you just mentioned as far as what's been changed. I do remember the deal with the care center, as well as the casino. You're mentioning putting shadows and stuff on that, so we'll definitely be taking a look at that. But these styrofoam blocks, mostly the ones on the inner, Styro Block 13 and 18, I wanted to check those. I'm assuming those are around the bridge. As far as the bridges on the back stretch, that's what I want to take a look at. So Styro Block 13, 18, for example. Let's take a look at those. Let's go into the track here. We're going to go into object placement. And we're going to find that bad boy in the list here. It's the way I do it. Yeah, and that's kind of what I figured. That's what I wanted to see. Let's see. Okay, here's the inner ones here. I want to find that 13. Lots of Styro Block models in here because of the all this safer in it. There we go. So that highlights that. That shows me where that is. Yeah, so it's right there by the bridge. Yep. Just kind of want to get a feel, I guess, as far. I never really took a look at the way you did the segments. I know I kind of mentioned very loosely last week as far as like what could be edited, I guess, to apply that. So yeah, now we got shadowing to the safer itself. Now, what I'm curious about, I noticed there's a update to the styrofoam itself. As far as that texture, I want to take a look at that too. So this is the new one. Let's go into our handy dandy WinMap 2 here. And I'm currently in there. So we're going to open the original one up here first. So Styro Block. Should be all alphabetic. Let's see. Styro Block. So here's the original. No, this should be the new one. I'm sorry. This is the new one. I already got the new one in here. So there's the new one. And then the original. Let's navigate to their update for backups here. I got some backups here. Made some backups. Always a good idea to do backups. But for my purposes, of course, is to show the differences from what it was or what it came from to what it is now. So on this one, backups. Okay, so this is the original. Oh, I see what you did. Handy, check that out. So you made use of this area that's not being used, I suppose, by putting that shadowing up on that. Very clever. So yeah, just taking use, I guess, of so it doesn't harm the actual texture for the rest of the foam, because this texture is used for the other foam as well. But the fact that this area wasn't being used in the original texture, you made use of that by putting that shadowing up in there, and you can see the result. Oops. Right up in here. So basically, using the top of the foam, you can see that difference between where the shadowing is there and where we don't have it here. Very, very clever. So I was kind of curious, I guess, to kind of look at that. So that kind of goes, so 18 would be this. Where's the 18 at? I'm going on the list here again. So Styro Block 18. Let's go in our list here. 18 is this one right here, which happens to be down on this end. Okay, so that's the other bridge. So again, we'll go down to that and check that out. Yeah, so yeah, it gives you another sense too. It gets really being able to see how these styrofoam sections, you know, how they're in chunks here. Yeah, so you can see that shadowing on that. That's pretty cool. So you redid the actual model for that too, I believe. So you've adjusted the mapping on that to show and take use of that. So that's something else we got in here. So right. So these two models have been adjusted as well as that textures. That's pretty clever. So you mapped it, you changed the actual model, which has been changed, and that's what's showing. And along with that texture, but that's pretty cool. Instead of making an individualized texture just to accommodate these new models, you know, with the new mapping of the shadowing on that, you made use of the original texture for all the rest of the foam. That's what I find very good use of that. Now, if there wasn't any room on this texture to be able to do that, you would more or less probably be forced to have to make a new texture. So very cool. I like that. I like it a lot. So yeah, that's I mean, it wouldn't really have been too much more to add, you know, just to kind of like, you know, again, just going back to, if you didn't have the room on this to be able to do that, it wouldn't have been too much to actually have to create a new texture based on this. This is not a very big texture. So the fact, if we look at the actual size of it, for example, this one here only ends up being like 44 kilobytes, because that's only going to be one texture, one new texture, I guess, and possibly two if it had to. But you didn't have to do that, so there was no need to do that because you had the room in there. That's pretty cool. All right, so we got some new fence shadows. That's the other next thing. These are all brand new. So fence shadowing. That's something I had mentioned last stream about adding some definition to the fences over here. So I'm going to take a look at that. So that would be over here, I believe. Let's see, check it out. This is the first time I've been checking it out. So Torch had sent me some pictures, I guess, of what was going on there. So yeah, some of this fence shadowing right here. So this is all in the form of a model. 3DO, and we can see that right in the updates here. So all these are in the form of a model, and it uses a texture. Now, are these shadows? That's what I want to look at too. Let's take a look at that. So do they have a switch in there to where you can turn them off? I mean, it's an option, but it's something I had suggested. Not that you would have to do it, but it's let's see what we got here. So yeah, it doesn't have, and the way I can tell just by looking at it this way is it doesn't have population in here. So these shadows stay on all the time, and that's not a terrible thing. I'm just saying you would have the option if you so chose to be able to make it to where you can turn this off via the population. Deep press with the O key in the simulation itself. That's something that could be added to it if you wanted to. So yeah, looking at these fence shadows here, really adds something to it though, without being able to add a geometric light map, you know, as far as the geometric. We fixed this last time too. I remember I mentioned that too, so we fixed that. That's pretty good. I like it. So I saw that update to the care center. Just had that little bit of bleed over into that. That looks a lot cleaner that way. Where else is these shadows going? Let's see. So all the way along here. Oh, that's the people. I was like, what the heck? I saw that white line. It's got that little thin line, I guess, for the flat. So we got shadows all the way down. So I'm going to take a look here. So it just goes along here. Okay, gotcha. Yep. Nice. Very nice. And then you got also a shadow on this media tower. Pretty cool. This one almost seems a little bit darker. When I compare that to the actual fence, it kind of stands out a little bit more. It could probably be toned down a little bit, so it's not quite so. I mean, that's an easy fix there as far as the texture, but it stands out a lot stronger, I guess, than the fence shadow. So either the fencing needs to go a little bit stronger or tone this one down. That adds so much more definition, I guess, to that. Heck yeah. Digging it. Even over here. Yep, so all along that fence there. So you have to consider, I guess, as far as where the sun is setting and all that stuff. So you got the way you got all the shadows. We did this last week, as far as putting all that in. Or has this been adjusted? I know some of this was already here last time. Yeah, definitely as far as the time saver with the texture. Yeah, tone that one down. Yeah, so this is all last week here. I couldn't remember if this has been refined. I mean, that just adds a whole lot to it as well. And it really gives you the sense, though, just by looking at these shadows that we're currently looking at, as far as where that sun is coming from, which would be from that direction. You know, more or less high afternoon, I guess you want to put it that way. So, like, somewhere in this direction here, so as you can see that. You can get that sensation, I guess, as far as... let's look at these... closer on these shadows here. Now, I noticed there was some more... I want to take a look at this. On the inner... Starro inner... so these are backstretch 1 through 5, I'm assuming. Let's check this out. So let's go into our list. Take a look at that a little bit closer and see what's going on with those. So most of these blocks so far that have been refined was just to add the shadowing to it. And I'm assuming the same thing, I guess, for these. Alright, where is it in my list? I want to be able to highlight it. Oh, here we go. Inner blocks 1 through 5. So let's go to this one. So that's one's... Okay, so it starts here and must go all the way down. See, like I said, I haven't checked up until right now, I guess, as far as how you got these blocks broke down. So far, starting to understand it already. So yeah, you've got this all the way through here. Nice. So you had to adjust this one here, I guess, to get that shadowing in there. Cool. And then all the way down. Okay, so you got to... What are the other ones doing? No, I'm just kind of curious. So you've got... I'll go right down the line here. So that one's 1, 2. Okay. What's been done with these additional ones here that are torch as far as these? Is that just to add shadowing? Okay, so... Oh, okay. I think I get it. So you're adding shadow to that because of this tall wall. That would make sense. I mean, you wouldn't think to notice it, but when you look at it from this side, as far as there would be more shadowing on that because of that tall wall as compared to this side, where it's more exposed. So when you compare those two, that definitely... It's those little finer details like that. That's what really sets that off. So you can kind of tell from here, these have shadow on it, and these do not. It's a very subtle detail, but to me, it makes a big difference. You know, as far as to do that. Right. And that makes sense. That makes total logical sense, I guess, to be able to do that. Because it's got that shadowing. Again, when you're considering where the sun is coming from, this tall wall would definitely shade those particular pieces of safer there. Now, with all that being said, you've got that on the foam. You could also do the same thing, I guess, with the actual safer itself, as far as the top wall here. That's a pretty simple fix too. You could do that simply with just a light map, as far as just a geometric light map. I'm noticing a double weld here. I know some of the welds have been, I'm assuming, had been adjusted. There's a double weld here that could be easily adjusted as well. Again, these are just finer details. In fact, we want to look at some of these here. We'll take a look at that now as far as all the welds. He had mentioned in some of the changes in here as far as to tackle all the double welds and stuff. I do like this really quite a bit, I guess, as far as that highlight on the top. And you still can see that weld on the side. You're going to have more than likely more definition on the top of the wall than you would the side, just because of the angling of the shadow. You know, just those finer details really makes a difference. Yeah. So we're just going to kind of go around here. Yeah, this one here is really cool. I like how that one's done. The difference between how it goes through the top and through the gold on the numeral. That's really good. Yeah. Yep, so all that in there to gander. That might have already been done since last week, but I'm just taking a closer look, I guess, as far as... Yeah, you're gonna miss things, and that's the thing. It's easy to do that when you're focusing on one, aspect, like putting the shadows on the phone. Like, you're not gonna see all that stuff. But that's why we do these critiques like this. I mean, it's very fine. It doesn't take away from the overall functionality of the track at all. It's just the aesthetic. And if it can be fixed, you have the ability to be able to get it fixed. Yeah, you just should. Yeah, these look really cool. I like that. Got some really good definition in there as far as it's really tough to be able to, with darker logos on walls, it's really tough to, yeah, even this one here got that really faint. I mean, that's just, you just don't know how much that makes a big difference in that. When you're coming around here, you can actually get a sense of, wow, that's a seam there, when you're under caution, you're able to look at some of this stuff like that, or even when you're taking screenshots or whatever via replay or something like that, you're going to notice that type of stuff. You're definitely going to notice that kind of stuff. Yep. So far, I'm not seeing really any other... I'm just looking at the outside ones there. I noticed on that inside there, that was the only one I noticed so far that had the double weld on it. And that would be very easy to miss, I'm sure. 100%. I need to tone this down just a little bit. A little bit more. There we go. Just kind of slow it up just a tad. Maybe a little bit faster. Yeah, some of this we already looked at from last week, but yeah. And this is what you'd want to do. Go around the entire... Now, what I want to look at, too, I mentioned, I don't know if you did that, as far as to do the line up the welds on the back side. So you got a weld there. Okay, there's a weld here, for example, and not a weld here. So this would be the only other thing. I don't know if you had touched that. So if there's a weld on the one side, it should continue on the back side, and that's just a matter of just changing that text. The texture size, whatever, the same values. So let's go to that jegs. That's on the turn 3-4. Just to kind of review this. Very easy to do. But it's just another one of those things that can really add to the dynamic as far as so we can definitely pick out this yellow jegs logo here. So we're in this section. And you've got it split up between a couple different sections, so that's very easy, I guess, to be able to miss that kind of stuff. And it's not one of those things that is a detriment, I guess, to the track, right? It's as far as the functionality of the track, it's not going to hurt anything, but it's just that final detail. So again, if I take into consideration, if I was to want to put a camera shot here, I'm seeing a seam here, and it doesn't continue on the back side, for example. That to me would really get my OCD. Yeah, there should be something on the back side here. So yeah, just getting into this here, this is towards that tail end, the tail of this segment here. Let's see what we got here. So let's go into this, and we can tell easily, I guess, with this logo, with this wall logo, it's on the tail end, towards the tail end of this segment here. So if we go into our wall properties, and we're going to go to left side, and we can see it's got that jag super wide, and you can see these parameters here. So it's probably only going to have the one text second. No, it's got two. Okay. Oh, this has got this might be part of the problem. This might have to be unchecked. How does that look there? Let's take a look at this. This might be another problem too. Let's see here. So on this one here, we should see this shift. Just out of curiosity. So if we go like that. else is in here. So soft wall. So it's got 3 you might have one in here that you don't need, I'm assuming, because you got a 508 in here but it doesn't do anything. It might be just a really small sliver. But yeah, these 508s, that can be that's easily fixed. You either need to remove that sag or uncheck that. I don't see most of the time if you uncheck it, you'll see it shift, and I'm not seeing that. So let's do this. We're gonna delete it. Yeah, see, I saw that shift. You saw that minor shift there, so there might be a seg in there that you didn't need. So yeah, so I don't know if that needs to be stayed in there. I just saw it shift that way a little bit. That might have needed to stay in there, and if so, it would just have to uncheck that. So that's probably another thing you might want to check. Let's see what happened on the backside. So still, all right. So this is what I want to look at closer. So in this segment here, I took that segment out, but it may have needed to stay in there. But I'll just kind of show you. I saw that shift here in between the E and the G. So in this seg here, what you want to do, since we're in that segment on this seam, you want to set it the same as you do on your logo for the backside. So on the right, see, it's not set the same. So what you'd want to do is on your left side, grab this value, minus 2.20, and put that on the backside as well. And I'm going to put this on the backside just to kind of show how that'll shift on it. And that's assuming that you're going to use the same texture size and all that as the other left side, right? So we're going to set this value for the skew minus 2.20. Oops. Okay, now we got to check and see something didn't line up. So go left. Oh, see, another thing that might be the issue is because you've got this one's wider, I guess, in your that's probably another thing. Did I do 3.20? Oh, it's 3.20, that's why. I read it wrong. That's all it was. I was going to say, it can run into where, even with that being said, if you've got like a 1024 wide texture as opposed to like a 512, you know, as far as it being smaller, you'll run into that problem. If you put it on the same skew, you'd have to accommodate, I guess, that less wide or more wide on the texture. But in this case, we need to set this at minus same value as the JAGS logo, so 3.20. See, and now that'll go ahead and line up now. See how that lines up? Just putting it at the same value as it is the logo on the left side. We got Steelcrafter coming in like a boss. They're gifting a sub to Sarge. Holy mackerel, how we doing there, Steel? We got some emotes that got shared there too. Torch got himself an emote, I guess, for that gifted sub. Thank you there, Steel. Holy crap, how we doing there? Sergeant must be hanging out in here. Appreciate that. Wow. Yeah, just double checking everything. Oh, good. That's good. Yeah, I caught a little bit of the stream you had this morning. Man, I got just super tired. I did come up. While you're in here, Steel, I wanted to mention. I meant to message you about it. I think I came up with a reasonable solution for that International 86 series. I just need to get it to you. I had to do some fixing on that that axle, that rear axle. I think I showed you that video, I guess, as far as how the overall axle from the wheels kind of bleeds into that axle housing. That bugged the ever-living crap out of me. So I was like, so I came up with a solution for that to kind of somewhat remedy that. But I think it runs a lot smoother. It doesn't bounce around as much as you were mentioning. So I'll remember, I guess, to get that to you, I guess, post fact. But just to kind of let you know, I got it done. It was just like my brain was tired. So, but Torch, I'm sure you probably get the gist, I guess, as far as what I mean there, I guess, as far as that. And I'm not trying to nitpick this at all. I'm just saying that's something that could be adjusted, just to line these things up. So you also have it on this segment here too, how that doesn't line up the same. So if you got a seam on this side and not on this side, for example, just a matter of putting those values from the left side and the right side the same, regardless of the type of texture you have on it. So be it this is safer, that's Jegs, it would go the same for any other logo, just setting it the same value. So just with that one here, you can see the difference, how it's got the seam that goes all the way around. And like I said, I take into consideration, if I was to put a camera shot here to be able to pan around, you would definitely notice that, you know, just to kind of look at. I know something else that you haven't done, and we've done this with some of our other tracks, between Racer James and I, as far as to put logos on it.
What the fuck?
Ow. I think I got my earbuds just blown out. Let me rest. Sarge, what the frick, dude? You even got some more emotes. 25 emotes. Holy moly. So that's a couple of different. Man, I got it. Yikes. My earbuds need to heal on that one. Hey, give me a second. I forgot about how loud that alert was for that. That's not the first time that it's come across the channel, that's for sure. I see you never touched the back yet. I wanted to finish the shit. Right. And that's what I figured. I wasn't trying to nitpick it at all. I just figured that. But that's something I would definitely... The shadows are definitely fantastic. I like the way you did that. So as far as to make use of that new texture. Or not new texture, but the texture that was already in there. To make it a new texture. Just to optimize that more. But yeah, other than that, that's... man, ears are still ringing. Appreciate that, sir. Holy crap. I don't know. Do I got the... let me see if I do. I don't know if that's still going or not. I think that command is still going. Let's see here. So we got bit. Does that work? It doesn't. My bad. Anyway, I got this one. Let's do this one. For anybody that has the emotes, or if you don't have the emotes, exclamation point hype, or even the heck yeah. I got the heck yeah out there too. Those are free to use. There you go. I feel something's got to be done out there. I don't let those go unnoticed there. Very much appreciated. Oh, he's not done yet. Steel's not done yet. Racer James hanging out there. See, he just called Racer James. He gifted also to Robinair. Man, look at all these lurkers in the chat. Lurkers in this. Oh my goodness. Got all these emotes. Everybody's getting emotes too. I guess as far as the, I think those are the K-pop ones, I believe. Dang. Yeah, so we obviously got a lot of lurkers in there. How we doing there? Did we wake you up there, Racer James? I know I got woke up. I guess with that bit bomb, I guess by Sarge there. Holy mackerel. Yo, yeah, you're waking everybody up there between Steel and Sarge there. Holy mackerel. Yeah. So yeah, if you definitely weren't up, if you were kind of semi-sleeping, I guess before there, you're not anymore. All right, let me speed this up a little bit. So yeah, we already checked out a lot of these deals here. So those were all good as far as that zone, even. Yeah, so there's still, again, just same thing, you know, as far as like not having the seam going all the way through the back. So that's probably one of the last things there. I mean, I know you had messaged me, Torch, I guess, about hopefully this will be the final, you know, it's just those fine tunes. I mean, whether you decide to do it, yeah, see, so like here, you got it on the back side, but not this side. Actually, there's a seam there. Got some bolts there, but it's kind of off. You can see the bolts are closer to the end here, but they're here. Yeah, it's just a little bit of shifting and skewing is all. Pretty cool. What else do we have in our changes here? So let's look at the rest of the updates here. So Care Center, we already took care of that as far as like you fixed that that overlap of the sidewalk. Man, that one's so loud. Turn that down just a tad. Petty Bridge Shadow. So this is the one that would go. Let's take a look at that. Let's go back into our track here. I'm gonna put this back in object view because that is an object. And see, did I get in here? Yes. And then we'll go into our properties and go to Petty Bridge Shadow. We look through our list. These should all be relatively alphabetic. And I say relatively, but that doesn't always happen that way. So this one here. Oh, you put something over here. Did we not have something here before? I'm going to have to claim ignorance on that. So there wasn't a shadow here before. I think I might have mentioned that last week as far as being able to put that. It still needs to be sped up a little bit. There we go. Too slow. Yeah, so we got some shadowing. Oh my goodness. Seeing if I hadn't looked at it this way, it's like now it's just like one complete deal here now. Now if this wasn't here last week, I would have totally missed it. I think you already had it over here if I remember. So the fact you got it over on this side too, it just completes that whole deal there. Yeah. Right. I think yep, so just to clarify, yeah, from what I remember from last week, that was what you had. You had it on the outside here, as well as on the other bridge, but didn't have it there. So now that's a complete piece there. So you obviously spent quite a bit of time just to get that right, as far as the shadowing on the wall to include the foam. That just makes it really sit here, as far as like it really does belong right in that spot. Same goes for this one over here. So I'd imagine you got that other new deal down here, same idea. See, now you got the shadow goes completely across and it's engulfing everything that's in that path of that shadow. A lot of people don't necessarily consider what goes into putting shadows in it, especially for this game. We don't have the dynamic shading and the shadowing that's built into the sim itself, so you have to fabricate those. But even in some games like even Farm Sim, Wreckfest, whatever, sometimes you do have to add additional types of shadowing, because if you're going for a particular type of look of it, you would have to apply those. But it's being able to use what you've built as a means to be able to create those in the form of a flat plane, but having that opacity, that right amount of opacity to it, I guess, to make it look like it's a shadow. Done a pretty good because you can still see the texturing underneath that. So let's take a look at the texture for it. So this one, so we got the Care Center, and I'm going to be getting into everything here, so don't fret too much. So we got the two bridge shadows. So like this shadow here, bridge shadow 2, we can see. So we already looked at the foam. That's still amazing. Yeah, the fact that you took use of that, that's fantastic. Let's look at backups so we can see. We'll get to that in a second. I believe the shadow one was a new one. Let's go here. So this shadow here is new, so we can see what's going on here. So this is the way the shadow is done here. It's using. This is what is really tough to do, and I've mentioned this before in other streams. To use this magenta background as an alpha channel, that's really tough to do on shadows without, in a lot of cases, without using a TI. You know, as far as a transparent image background. So the fact you've made use of this and keeping that texture, that overall texture size smaller, as opposed to using a TI, that's not easy to do. And not have that texture bleed as far as that magenta in it as well. So from any distance, you know, as we pan out here, we don't see any magenta bleed into that at all, in either one of those. That's you know, I can't even put into words as far as like how difficult that is to accomplish that in a lot of cases. Because you can have too soft of an edge, for example, on, you know, these more intricate parts, you know, as far as like on these supports here for that. you almost always end up having some type of magenta bleed on it because that edge is too soft. It's kind of like an anti-alias built into the texture, and that pink, that magenta will bleed onto the, and it'll show there. But the fact that it doesn't do that, that's fantastic. And that's on both those bridges. So no matter what distance, like I said, as far as, you don't see any of that. And if there is, it's very minimal. The student has passed him. Yeah, that ain't no kid in there, Racer James. We need a video on how that shadow was made. Yeah, I've kind of given Torch, I guess, some insight as far as like what potentially you could do, I guess, to do that. And it just depends on which type of tools that you have in the paint program that you're using. For me, when I use Paint Shop Pro, I use a combination of changing the tolerance on the magic wand and or just creating a new image the same size as the image that I want to get the junk out of it as far as the background, and put that both in my swaths, both in my color swaths, and just have that cut and paste into a new image with transparency. It's just depending on which paint program you're using, what tools you got available to be able to break that down. And a lot of times it'll take several layers, I guess, to be able to get it all out of there. That's necessarily what will, especially when you, like I said, when you got those intricate, lines in there that can have the alias in it. It's really tough to do. Sometimes you have to go back and like paint those lines in there. I've shown that before in the North Wilkesboro build, for example, and a lot of the media stands and such. Sometimes you have to go back into the texture and actually just paint that line in there manually to get rid of that soft edge, so that magenta for that alpha channel doesn't bleed through. I mean, that's it took snippets of the model and the track and worked it. Yeah, right. And that's ultimately what it comes down to in most cases. Just you have to play around with it a little bit to get it to where it's not doing that. It's not going to be just a click boom and it's done in a lot of cases. And that's all in an effort, I guess, to... Now, when you look at the size of the texture, let's take a closer look at that. The size of the texture, in this case here, for just that one, is 342 kilobytes. Now, if you use the TI, it's going to be at least double that. And when you're using... Now, I noticed, too, that you're using the same bridge shadow, too, for both of them. Is that correct? Let me take a closer look at that. So, on the petty bridge... where's that object again? Yeah, so this petty bridge, this object, let's take a look at this a little bit closer. So you're using bridge shadow 2, and I think also on the monster bridge, if I'm not mistaken, I think you were using the same one. Let's take a look here. Yeah, so you're using the same MIP. And again, it goes back to the use of the styro block, the same texture for the styro blocks. You had that room on that texture to be able to make that room for the shadow for the areas that you needed the shading on the block, on the top or whatever. So you're using the same texture for both those bridges. So not only did you reduce by creating the texture the way you did at 342, you're only using the same one over twice, so you're getting more mileage, I guess, out of that one texture as well. That's huge. I mean, that's the ultimate, I guess, of optimization. Instead of using two separate textures for each bridge, especially with the TI being double the size, which would add more to it, and that's more things that would have to be rendered. I mean, I don't know how I could do it any better, just put it that way. I mean, that's the ultimate, I guess, of what you would want to try to do if you can accomplish that. Most people probably wouldn't take the initiative to do that. They would make two separate textures, have the TI to it. You've got that bulk of the TI at double what you've got here currently, and having that multiplied by 2. And it's like I've said before, going through the critique of this thing, anything in multiplicity, when you haven't optimized it, you're just dragging the whole thing down as far as the optimization, as far as frame rates and stuff like that. So we've talked about that, I guess, with the haulers, as far as just the the poly count, I guess, of each individual of those, everything in multiplicity. If you're adding that in multiplicity, it's going to drag it down. So the fact that you've taken advantage of and to every aspect as much as you can as far as to crunch it down and optimize it, that's definitely what's helping this thing to be able to run in even the oldest of systems. I mean, from the last couple of times that I've tested this here, I've had no issues whatsoever as far as crash to desktop, poly, tear, or anything like that, no matter which mod you're using in this simulation. And that's pretty much saying a lot. The other thing I wanted to check here, as far as just to kind of continue on, I guess, with the shadowing that has been added here. I don't want to detract, I guess, from anything, but the shadowing on the actual casino now, you definitely made some refinements to this one. We already did last week. We showed these as far as these new trees, but you've got that shadowing on the casino now, so we want to take a look at that. I already kind of sneak peeked that, I guess, a little bit, so we showed that. I'll probably go in a little bit deeper as far as how you can potentially get this texture, but hopefully that made a little bit of sense as far as just by verbally. But yeah, there probably does need to be more in depth. I do have one. There is a video that's on the I know at least on the SBP YouTube channel, which is kind of going really OG, I guess, on things, but it does explain how to do creating a transparency in WinMip 2, at least anyway, taking that image and being able to have that alpha channel applied to your texture, so once you apply it to your model, that alpha channel is going to be embedded, I guess, on that model. So there needs to be a further elaboration, I guess, as far as how to get to that texture with the alpha channel, so you don't have that bleed. Yeah, so that should be something to put on the to-do list for sure. Alright, so looking at the casino, this is the new one. Now I'm just grabbing this from what Torch sent me. I also have it inside the track edit folder, but we're going to open this one up. Okay, so we already can see I can already see the difference right off the bat here. You got the shadowing that's right on here. Okay. Now this is still a pretty big texture. Now if we look at the size of that one, and this is used for that entire, it's a pretty big model, so it's a pretty beefy texture. So there's probably not much more you could do with this one as far as to reduce it. I mean, you could maybe go ahead and do that, but I don't think it's really necessary. But it's got a lot going on in here as far as the different types of aspects that are here. It also includes this here for that other grandstand that's right next to it. So not only the casino, but also that. So all this over here is basically in one texture. So whether or not you break it down into separate textures or just put it in one big texture, that's the only reason why that's so much more beefier. But yeah, that shadowing that's on the actual casino, you can definitely see that just by looking at the texture that way, as far as how that, and it gives it so much more definition there. It makes it look like those trees belong there instead of just kind of like meh. I don't think there's been any other adjustments here. This we already showed last time. It's like that's still pretty great there. So yeah, when we look at the original texture, let's take a look at that. I'm gonna open up. I'm gonna close this one and open up the other one, so we can already tell, like I said, as far as where those textures on the building are. Use TSDs on the ground, right? And that's we showed that. I kind of showed the last time between the care center and that. So TSDs on the ground, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And then they actually apply this to the actual to the building. So you're taking use of texture adjustments on the actual, applying shadowing or whatever to the actual texture here, and then continuing that shadow in the form of a track surface decal. And you can't see, that's the other thing too. This is what amazes me as well. You cannot tell that break in that hardly at all, because it's going to be a lot more, because this is on asphalt, which is a little bit darker, and this has got a little bit lighter, so you can't even really tell as far as where one starts and where the other one ends as far as the texture. You would never know probably without looking at that really close and say that's two separate textures, the texture on the casino as well as that one on the ground. that's really tough to do too, and you made that evident too in the care center one. I pointed that out last week. Same thing here. So you got a TSD on the ground for this tree. You can't tell where one ends and where the other one starts. It just looks like one continuous texture. And that's really tough to do as well. Not to mention just to make the texture for the shadow itself, but to get that to blend so you can't see that seam as far as like I said, where one starts and one ends. Right. So you're removing the necessity for extra models, extra textures. You're using textures over and over again, and you can't tell that you've done that. That's a mind trick, I guess, as far as to say. It's just like you would look at it and be like, wow, it's just like it just looks like one continuous thing. So you got the model for that and then a texture for that. I would assume, by looking at it without looking into deeper, that it's just one texture, and it's not. It's two separate textures to make that shadow. This thing is really detailed too. I know I've pointed that out before, but it's really, really cool. I guess as far as these lights on the building, all the badging, the fact that this has been fixed too, and that's one of the things that's been updated here, is to kind of shave down that sidewalk here was kind of bleeding over there. That this is great. This looks a whole lot cleaner that way. I don't even notice anything that's really all that much more worse. I mean, the only thing at this point that I notice is just just the seams still. And between the inside, you got a texture. Yeah, you got some business going on here too. So you got some different textures with some probably some 508s, as we call them. Probably need to be checked or unchecked. I mean, these are really minor things. It doesn't really, like I said, doesn't take away, I guess, from the overall functionality of the track. But yeah, you got some of this that might need to be adjusted on that wall. It's kind of all the way through here. You can kind of see where you've probably had to adjust the texture skewing, I guess, to get that to show on this side. It's kind of affecting that inside there. Really minor stuff. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is fantastic. The fact that you've got this cut in on this safer here. You did the boolean cut on here. That's something I haven't pointed out yet, as far as to take use of that. So these are obviously not full safer, foam. It sucks in on the end here, so you'd have to cut those down. We've shown that process before. I mean, that looks so... I mean, without looking at the actual track either, as far as like how it actually is presented in the track in IRL, I'm assuming you've taken all that initiative, I guess, to make sure that that's the way it's supposed to be. And that's what it all comes down to. Being able to translate that information that you have in IRL. Yeah, so there's still some double seams in here, I noticed. There's another double seam. Yep. So you got a double seam here. Doesn't line up. Yeah, so this minor stuff like that. Looks like it's more or less just coming down to those types of welds. I am going to be checking out, because I noticed what you've got in the track I. You applied that. I want to take a look at that original. So this is the new texture. Let's take a look at that real quick. I apologize for jumping around quite a bit, but we're going to be taking a look too at that overlay as far as the extension, I guess, of the pits functions. I'm going to take a look at that a little bit closer too. So that was the new texture. This is the original, and you'll be able to tell right off the bat. Opening this, so you don't have the shadowing on there, and we've seen that result, I guess, as far as in the track itself. Big difference. Small change, big difference. That's a big texture too. Not gonna lie. But yeah, it's loud and proud and in charge. Robin, how we doing there? Yeah, you got gifted a sub there by Steelcrafter there. He comes in and he does that. He likes to do that. How we doing there, Robin? You're trying to lurk here? Yeah. I want to keep you up but yeah, I appreciate. That's what happens sometimes with the lurkers in the chat there. Sometimes they get a gifted sub. because we got a lot of generous people out there that like to support your channel. Busy? I can imagine. You're just cleaning? Okay. That sounds like fun. If you like to clean, I suppose. When you say cleaning, are you talking like dusting and all that kind of stuff? I hate doing that stuff. Especially this time of year. It just reminds me that it's not as warm out outside, because it is closing in on winter. That word is just yeah. So you got again here torch. This seams, the double seams, stuff like that. I mean, I know you were focusing a lot, like you said, on the shadowing, and that's fantastic. I mean, I can't say that enough as far as how great that is. But the other suggestion I made too, I guess, as far as some of these shadowings that you put in there, in the form of a model, you could definitely consider, I guess, as far as putting it into a population switch, so where you can turn that off if you wanted to. Kind of taking advantage of the same way the light maps would work in the geometric light maps, to where you can set the graphics, I guess, to be able to have those on or off. You would have it controlled, I guess, by the actual pressing a key instead of going into the graphics and having to turn that off. 63. Oh, you had a birthday? And you didn't tell us. What's up with that? Yeah, so you're talking about dusting and all that stuff. Yeah, I hate doing that stuff. Maybe I should nah, I won't go there. Whoops, sorry. Maybe I won't go there. I was gonna say, maybe I suggested maybe come over to my place. You can clean my place too if you like doing that stuff, because I don't. I won't do that. Well, you're telling me now, it's just like, so you're keeping yourself Robin. No, I won't do that to you. That's just rude. I mean, I just need to do that myself. Yeah, you are telling us now there, Torch, but I would have never known. I guess you mentioned it. So yeah, I guess happy belated. I guess that's. How does they say that to you? You can never say at this point now, as far as teaching old dog new tricks. And I'm not saying you're old, but I'm just saying, anybody who's anybody can actually do this if you got the ambition and the and so on, I guess, to do it. I mean, this is. I definitely at this point now, it's like James said earlier, I guess, as far as the student has surpassed the master. I mean, this is. I mean, you're in the same realm, I guess, as the way James and I would do it. I mean, that's, as far as taking into considerations, as far as like, it sounds like, it feels to me like you've got the mindset as far as like, how would James or Rock do it? I mean, it's just, and then being able to execute it, that's the other thing. You've been paying attention, that's for sure. Spawn day. Yeah, I like the different terminologies, I guess, for that, because we hear that all the time, I guess, as far as like, instead of, there's birthday, there's, I know some other people, because they use other terms, but spawn day, that's one I've heard too. Right, as far as the desire, have the ambition to do it. Yep, you've definitely proven that here. I mean, from where this thing started from, and some of the initial ideas that you had behind it, and where it is now. I mean, still, even as I pan around here, we go all the way back to when I start looking at this thing, it was very choppy. It was hard to be able to navigate around here because it was so chunky. With stutter. I don't get that at all anymore. I mean, that's saying a lot just in itself, as far as how everything has been optimized in here, and not only in here but also in the simulation itself. I have had no issues as far as running even some of the more detailed mods in the simulation. As far as a crash the desktop or having a reason to have to get out because it's just the frame lag is just so incredibly bad. It doesn't even exist in here. So it's come a long way. It's just these little fine tweaks is all, and some considerations, I guess, to possibly be made to make it just that much better. I mean, it's obviously had a a pretty substantial journey, I guess, as far as you get to this point. Yeah. Yeah, well, we appreciate, I guess, as far as you allowing us, I guess, to give you that insight, too. Some people would just kind of take the ground running and just do it the way they want to do it. But, you know, to us, the only thing we're trying to prove is there's a right way to do it and a not so right way to do it. And when you do it the right way and build it the way it should be to optimize it and so on, it'll also look good as well as be functional and not drag your system down. That's the thing. As much as we want to have all the detail in the world into a track, especially like something like Inter 2003, you just can't do that. But there's ways to be able to accommodate it to where it's going to be more optimized and you're not losing. Look at all this detail that's in this thing. I mean, I almost feel and in most senses here, you can literally walk up on this thing and get a sense like you're here. I mean, look, you can walk through this thing. Look at all this detail. And it's all like flat planes and whatever as far as like flat textures with transparency. I mean, I feel like I'm actually here when I'm standing here. I could put a camera in here and be like, this is awesome. Just put a fixed camera here and watch the cars go by. That's the approach that I guess I take when you're building something as far as the detail. Now, could you add more detail, I guess, to this type of thing? Probably. Do you really need to? No. I mean, it really comes down to it, and James, I'm sure I speak for James too, as far as like, there does come a point where you have to say, where's enough too much? You know, where's, you know, adding this, I guess, too much? You know, so I know there's probably a lot more detail to these types of buildings, whatever, but do you really need to have that on there? Probably not. I think there's plenty there to give you the sense that there's there. Now, there's probably more livery and stuff like here, you know, as far as in these, I'm pretty sure as far as people and stuff like that. You know, is that really just a detraction, I guess, from, you know, getting immersion factor? I don't think so. I think you got enough in here, I guess, to actually show that it's got some busyness going on with it to where, yeah, there's some shadowing here that's maybe a little bit, yeah, so you got some shadowing here that might be a little, so as we continue going here. And again, I'm not trying to nitpick it at all. I'm just saying there's probably areas that still need to be addressed, and hopefully this will give you some insight as to what still needs to be addressed. So there's some stretching of the shadow there. I like that shadowing on this too. I know I said that already, but pretty cool. I like it. Let's get into, I don't want to drag that out too long, but I mean, it's the shadowing so far is great. I mean, even when you look at it from this angle here, you can see that shadowing that's on there as we zoom in on this, for example. Let's go into geometry view, get the gray boxes out of the way. I don't even like that one. Let's go to this view. Yeah, this one's better. Track surface detail view here. I'll get this out of the way. Yeah, so you can really get a sense by looking at it this way how those shadows for those bridges just by themselves. You've got all that going across the entire thing there. It's so it's just engulfed. Digging it. Now, like I said, as far as it's, we don't have the built-in shadow rendering capability in this old racing simulation as we do in newer ones, right? So you have to fabricate that. That's hard to do. Can't say that enough. Take the advice seriously. You can do anything. Yep. Right. So you're not wrong in any of that on all counts. So the other thing I want to take a really close look at, going through some of the changes that have been done here. So we looked at the, what's the CC ground? That's the care center, my bad. So that's the care center ground. So we already took care of that. That was that sidewalk that was bleeding over. The track I&I stuff, as far as like the pit extension, that's what I want to look at here next. So this is something that Torch is taking into consideration. So we're going to go into geometry view. See what he did here. So he's got, let's go into extended. And we can see what he did here. So I already tell off the bat here as far as how we chunked this down. So as we remembered from last week, and I kind of did it myself as far as what areas could be drawn back as far as the apron near pits. And it kind of stretched further into the turn here. So these have been toned down, I guess, to accommodate this pit extension or the pit overlay. There's really no term for it because it's not something that has been used in a lot of the original papyrus tracks, for example. But call it a pit extension, pit overlay, call it what you want, but it's taking advantage of having the way the simulation is designed. You have a pit lane 0 and a pit lane 1. So the pit lane 0 is the active pit road as far as like where you get your car serviced and so on. The pit lane 1 gives you that option to be able to extend it past the active pit road, you know, as far as like where it'll actually read, I guess, as far as whether you're on pit road or not. So it's just an extension of that. So when we're going to take a look here, I can already tell right off the bat that those have been scaled back, whatever, to set these on and look at these D-longs here, for example, just to see and compare that to what's going on in the INI. So let's do that. Let's look at, this is the new INI. I'm going to open this up. Should be able to just open it this way. And then we want to go to, first thing I want to observe is it should have a pit lane 0 and a pit lane 1. So this is your active pit road. This is what the simulation will read as far as if you're in your stall, right? So that's the pit lane 0. So you got all those protocols as well as the pit stop. We already went through all that. Now the pit lane 1 is the extension, the pit overlay. And basically what I'm going to look at here, so you've got this one, that's your active pit stall for stall. That's the first stall at pit exit, right? Which starts off with 0 and goes all the way to 42, which is 43 opponents. 43 cars in total, I should say. So you have this first pit stall and the extensions at 194.13. I'm going to use my linear guide here. So let's go view and go to linear guide, and it's going to put that in the center. That's going to be right here. I'll extend this out. And we can use any one of these white squares on this linear guide to get that point. So what I'm going to do here is set this up to the length of the car, which is roughly 6 meters, front to back. .05. So that's roughly the length front to back of the car, of the vehicle. So the center of the car, this is what we want to consider. So the fact that this value here for the, oops, scroll down too far. This 194.13, that's based on the center of the car. Okay, I think I've mentioned that before. That's based on the center of the car. Where is that at? Okay, so as far as when you're considering the pit stall, it's going to be that center point. So again, you can kind of see here as I put this in here, this is the size of the car. Where that pit stall is, that's the center. So on this one here should be the 174 or 170. What was that value again? Let's take a look. And this is a lot of this is a summary. So 170.08. That's the center point of that car. And that's roughly, so depending on, yeah, so right about right there. So that's where that car sits. That's when it's in its stall. That's what the simulation reads. That car is in its stall. Now, as long as that center point is in this area, you know, it's got a deviation here. So it'll tell you, like, if your front end of your car is like this, it's going to say you're too far. You know, back up. You know, if you're this far, it's like you need to pull in. You know, it's this. Or if you're like cockeyed, as long as that center point is pretty close to that center point of that stall, that's all it's going to read that you're in your stall. So you can be in there cockeyed with your, you know, your right rear tire sticking out. As long as that center point is in there, you're in your stall. And that's the way it works in reality as well. So that's just to kind of give a little bit of summary, I guess, on that. So in 194 on this extension, we're going to see where this lands. It should always be higher further up the scale because you're considering the direction of your track, right? So as you go around the track, this value is going to increase, right? So I can already see that is increased, but I want to see where this is. So 194.13 happens to be right about there. So it's just ahead of this white line. So he's got that first stall here, and this is what I kind of mentioned. That's what I was kind of hoping for. So this line here, let me see what he's got the start line, you know, the end line for pit lane 1. So he's got that set to pit lane end is at 190.57. Okay. 190.57. Which is actually ahead of, okay, so this is what I'm observing. 190.57, this is actually ahead of this first stall. That's in close proximity of that. Now, you can play around with that in most cases, in general. Now, if you're not dealing with a turn here, a turn segment here, that might work just fine. In most cases, what you generally want to do on both the exit and the entrance line, as far as to take advantage of that extension, is to put that stall ahead of the actual line. That way it'll actually say, yeah, it's in this spot here, for example. It all depends on, you have to test it. That's the thing. So I'm assuming that this has been tested to say, it doesn't say you're clear pit road until you pass this line, for example, which would be at the 190 point, what did I say it was? 190.54. 190.57. So 190.57 is right about this line. But your stall is actually behind that. Yeah, so your center line is actually behind it. So it's in close proximity of that, right? But you've got this curve to deal with too. So I'm assuming that's what's been taken into consideration there. So the fact that they're pretty close together, that makes sense to me as far as to have that. Now, same can be said for the entrance. Let's check that one out next here. So if we go, so far that looks good. You're taking it, so you're using this line, I guess, as the clear line and not this one. I was thinking it probably should get put to here. But also you're trying to keep it within that zone here, I guess, as far as the apron near pits. And again, I'm going by just the fact that usually this line here means they can start speeding. You know, so you've got it set right now. And again, I'm not being critical, I guess, of it. I'm just trying to understand the protocols that they have at Dover. In most cases, this line here, if it's saying you're clear of pits, that means you can speed in this zone, so you're actually speeding before this line. If that's the way it's supposed to be, then that's fine. If it needs to be to the point where you don't speed until you get to this point, then that needs to be moved to take advantage of that. Okay. So if that's set up right there, now we can look at let's move our linear guide with us too. Let's check this out. Let's see here. We're going to move this little guy, and I'm grabbing it by the center so I don't change that length, right? I want to be able to maintain the length of that. So as long as you don't grab the ends, you won't affect that length. So if you grab by the center, you'll maintain that length. So let's go down here. Yeah, I'll probably have to turn it anyway, so it's a curved pit. I'm telling you, never done. So this one's kind of a really low sliver here. So let's check at the pit entrance here. So that's going to be these pits. So this stall 42, we got that stall at 1249.20. Let's do. Yeah, it's hard to see that because I know it's in the stands here. Let's do it this way. If I can get that in the picture here. So what I'm looking at is these white numbers, because anytime you grab any of these white squares, it'll give you that value as far as where you're at. So I'm just going to grab it by center, and you'll look for 1249. What was it again? 1249.20. Get a sense of where we're at here. So we're right about there. So I know I got it cockeyed here just as far as the front to back, but this is the center of the car. Here, let me set this up here. Let's do it this way. Sometimes you will find it necessary to have to adjust this line. I'm going to put it back to 6 meters. Okay, there's 6 meters. So there's the center of my car. 1249.20. Right about there. So that car sits right there, and that's the first, that's on the extension, right? That's what we're considering. So if we look at in pit lane 1249.20, it sits at 1312, so that's deeper into the pits. 1312. So that's the first clue I want to see. This should be less. So again, considering that direction of your track, on this end of the track, we want that value to be less than the last active pit stall, which so far that's what I'm seeing. So the first active pit stall is at 1312, which is up this way, because this is the direction of the track, counterclockwise. So we already know that active pit stall is up here. So 1249. Now we want to compare that to where do we have the pit lane start on the pit lane 1. So 1249 here, and then our start D long. I keep looking at the merge, is at 1245.05. So that's before. So 1245 would be behind this value. Now again, considering that direction there, that would be correct. So it's like once you pass 1245, which would be roughly, let's move this to 1245, which would be this line. So once you're past this line, that center point of the car is past that line. If you're not down to pit speed, in conjunction with where that stall is, because that's how the simulation read, that very first pit stall on this end, as well as pit exit. That's how it generally will go. So by extending that, you're telling it the pit lane, the pit road is actually longer than it actually is. So you're taking advantage of that getting tagged, I guess, for going too fast before you get into the active pits, the pit road. So in theory here, as the car passes here, if you're not at speed at this point, in conjunction with that stall, you're going to get flagged with a black flag because you're going too fast coming into the pit because you're already committed. And that's another thing. If you pass this line and dart back out on the track, you're going to get a black flag that way too, instead of like up here, which is much more difficult because there's a wall. But you're taking advantage, I guess, of having that open spot there, as drivers would do. You know, we've seen this before several times in actual NASCAR events where they'll kind of pit fake. That's why they started that whole thing, I guess, with the commit line. Once you're past that commit line, you have to go down pit road. So as far as the simulation is concerned, the center line of the car, if you're past that line, now, you know, there's some argument there, because as far as like if it's only the front of the car, as long as it's not the center of the car, in most cases there, that's not past that D long, you can still get back out on the track without getting tagged. So it's really all a matter of timing. So it's like if you're already past this point at the 1245 and come back out, you're gonna get tagged. So far from what I can see there, that's designed pretty well. We're gonna test this in the sim for sure, but I just wanted to see it firsthand, I guess, as far as how that would actually work. I'm liking what I see so far. That's definitely in concept, you know, in theory here, that actually is very well done. So we're gonna actually test it out. Okay, so with all that being looked at, that's pretty much the last of that. So let's go back to here, and yeah, we can keep that open. Yeah, so far what I'm seeing, and you've kept the pit speed, that's good. Everything else should be otherwise the same, as far as the merge and all that stuff. The two main things that we needed to adjust in this section here was the pit lane start and the pit lane end. So in this case, the pit entrance and pit exit. And that's all I'm seeing done. So let's take a look at some of these other values. So the 575 is the same, 667.84, 970. Yep. So your pit stall, as far as that gap that you've got in between those pit exit and entrance, all good. Sweet. All right. So we're gonna get to this point now. I'm still gonna have to make a new DAT file based on all the new information, and I want to keep in mind I haven't made a note of this up, and I'm gonna make this note, but I don't want anybody to consider, I guess, it's the DAT that I'm making here. It's got a lot of stuff in here that I probably don't need in here. So Torch is gonna have to make sure, I guess, as far as like all the items that is not being used, that as far as like a camera jigs and stuff like that, you want to make sure that's out of the, because what'll happen is when you use your make dat, it's going to pack everything, regardless of what's being used with the PTF or not. So you would have to make use of going through here. It's like, do I need this? Do I need that? A lot of cases, what you want to do that way, as you put stuff in and on here, as far as jigs, pit jigs and camera jigs and things like that, probably best to go through it, even putting it in detail, possibly even going sorting it by type and seeing, it's like, do I need that? No. And then actually opening it up in the in Sandbox to see if that PTF is compromised or not, because it'll tell you as far as if that's the case. Everything that we've seen here so far is attached either directly to the shared. That would be a whole nother thing I would consider too. I mean, I'm not going, again, I don't want to get too nitpicky with it. The approach I would probably take with that is eliminate the necessity of using the shared folder entirely. That would be the whole next step. But whether you want to do that or not, that's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter if you do. I think the use of the shared folder is really irrelevant. It's irrelevant anymore in the sim. So that's just my take on that. I think everything should be in the track itself, and just remove the use, I guess, of the shared folder altogether. The only reason why, and I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it, the only reason why they had the shared folder with the original Papyrus tracks in the first place is you have to consider the systems that existed back then. It couldn't handle all the rendering, of one track folder, say for example, as we can now. So there's no problem with putting all that stuff directly in the track folder. It's a process, don't get me wrong. And there's a video that I got on the YouTube channel, I guess, that explains that, if you want to go through that process. And if you've got a lot of shared items that are tied to your track PTF, it can be a little bit of a task. And that's why I say, whether you do it or not, it's not going to hurt or de-optimize. It's not either going to de-optimize or optimize more of the track. It's just a matter of just eliminating that necessity for it. But in some cases it will actually help to do that, because it is an old simulation, as we know, as far as to when it's got to read information, I guess, from more than one location, it can hinder it a little bit. So the more you can put into one location, in this case the actual track that you're running on, in this case Dover, if you put all those items into one location, you run less of a risk, I guess, for it to say, just to kind of stumble on itself and be like, oh, I got to go to a different location to grab that. So that's something. I got to fix this on my other screen here. So you have a separate track folder I use to make my DAT with. That's a good idea, and that's exactly what I got here too. I guess as far as that's something I would always suggest to do, is to make a separate track edit folder so that you're not touching it. So you always got a backup, no matter what. You can always go back and. But what I wanted to make clear is I necessarily do probably have some stuff in here I don't need in here on my end. So when I make the new DAT file and test it out, there's probably some junk in here. So as far as the size of the file, the size of the DAT file that gets produced, it's probably not going to be the same as what Torch has, for example, because this is going to be more cleaned out in most cases. But you still want to. So I backed this one up here. I'm going to chunk this out and put this on my desktop until I can confirm on my end. And I would suggest to do the same thing. Once you test you will probably have a separate PTF folder, for example, or another edit folder to put that as a backup until you can test it and everything works the way you want it to. Then you can just either chunk it out or get rid of it, or just whatever you want to do with it. But for me, I'm just gonna go ahead and chunk that out. I've only got at least that PTF, that new PTF, with all along with the new files, right? I want to confirm and make sure that this is the right name. Just by looking at it doesn't necessarily say. It may look like it is, but you might have spaces or whatever in there. I always suggest, I'll keep saying this, I've said it before and I'll keep saying it, make a copy of your actual track folder name. So regardless if you do it this way, as far as that, or go to your actual track folder, doesn't matter. you know, you can go this way, go to the properties, grab the name of your track folder, like so. So regardless of how you get that, and actually apply it to the name of your PTF so that it's the same. Those have to be the same. If they're not the same, you're going to run into that ever infamous error, I guess, as far as could not load track. So to eliminate that possibly happening, so I'm going to delete that, paste that name that I got from there, and now I know that's good. In theory, at least, anyway, until we go into the game and test it out. I think my playlist ended here. Let's get that back going again. All right. Okay. So we're going to assume everything is good in this track. As far as, you know, not having any junk. It's been gone through, whatever is first to remove all that. I'm going to run my make that utility. And it spits out that data file and it packs everything up in here, less the actual utility itself. It does not pack the SBX, I should mention too. So only pack anything that's attached to the PTF, as well as what's in the folders. But in most cases, it's not going to pack the SBX. You can, if you want to, as far as your cleanup, you can remove this when you pack, just to ensure that it doesn't put that in there. It doesn't hurt that it is in there. It's just, it's unnecessary. You don't need it. Just to kind of give a little bit of clarification on the use of the make dat. It will generally pack everything that's in your unpack here, your DAT, your cam, SBX, to include any junk that's not attached to it. See, like I got this back up here. That's a perfect example. I got this back up here, one of the flaggers that can be chunked out. So I'd have to chunk this out if I wanted to make sure that I make my new DAT file that this is not in here. I'd have to make a new DAT file. So that's just to kind of give an example of some of the junk that I've got on my end that would need to come out. It's going to be different on Torch's end, that's for sure. But just to give you an example anyway. So I'm going to take this, and that's going to be in there, but that's fine. It's not going to hurt anything. Just for testing. We're going to do a cut from here and paste this into our track, our game track folder. Now I backed this one up here. This is what we tested last week. And again, can't say enough that the size of this one in comparison to what Torch has is going to be different. And that's going to be, you know, expected. But even the size of this DAT file, as I look at this one here, that's not uncommon anymore to have. That's a pretty beefy. You know, when you look at a lot of the original track PT DAT files, as far as for the original tracks, way smaller. I mean, we're talking, in most cases, they're only like maybe 20 megs. But when you consider everything that's in there, as far as the new textures, all the separate models that aren't necessarily reading from the shared, that's why it's that big. So that's not uncommon to have a DAT file that, you know, in these modern builds of the tracks anyway. New systems these days, they can definitely handle much more than this even. But it's got to be optimized. Has to be optimized. Alright, so we got that all done. I know I'm babbling, but let's set this up to where we can go actually into the simulation. Now we're going to check some of this stuff out. Alright, so we got everything in a track folder. I think I got to set up the profiler. Yep, that's our new DAT. Cool. Let's go into my profiler and make sure that's set up properly. Should be. Yes. So all I need to do is be able to bring over... Yeah, I need to bring over the wheel. So I'm going to mute the mic just for a moment while I move it over so you don't hear all that noise going on. So I'll be back in just a second. Okay, that was rather painless. Alright, so now let's try and launch this bad boy. See what we got here. I'll switch this over to the wheel overlay as well once I get in here. So we've been able to pretty much test the track in the simulation itself pretty much every time. I mean, that's up to this point, and I think that's yeah, it's gonna make me click it again. Alright, let's load this up. It's still got a lot of the Monster Energy stuff in here. I have not updated my menus and stuff, I guess, to the latest. I guess NASCAR is just using its own badging, I guess, as far as like that. They don't have a title sponsor, I guess, anymore, so it's still got a lot of the Monster Energy stuff in here. Did you scold? Oh, you scolded him. You got him good. James even trying to get himself. Oh, he got nothing. Denied. But you did get the scold. Guess that works. Alright, so we're in the... yep, the NASCAR Racing... This is the latest and greatest mod from Splash and Go. I've been testing it with that quite a bit. It's just a refinement of what Papyrus may have should have done if they were still around, I guess, with the original 2003 Cup mod. It's a fantastic mod. I mean, it's very much more refined, optimized to take advantage, I guess, of new aspects to it, as far as with the dash, the damage models, just, and the overall skinning. You know, the way the paint schemes are actually applied to the models of the cars too. I'm going to turn this on, and I'll go ahead and turn that one off. There we go. Let's go into testing mode first. So we got the track up here. So if we load this way, I think we're good so far. Cool. So the track loads in there. Let's go to drive. Okay. Cool. So we load it up in drive. Let me bring up this one here just for the heck of it. So I left the mirror and all that stuff off there. I'll probably keep it that way for now. This doesn't take away, I guess, from what we're trying to check out here. Wrong gear. Alright, so in testing, it won't necessarily give you all that protocol. So if you want to test all that pit overlay stuff, as far as the extension, the extended pit road, you would have to go into race weekend. Testing is not really going to do that as much as it would for race. That's just a fair mention. So you won't get a true reading, I guess, as far as how the pit extension works unless you go into race weekend. Yeah, so this is what I like too, and I pointed this out last week, the fact that there's no sponsors, or banners on the bridge during testing. That's another really fine detail. So you do have something on that bridge, I guess, during the race. That's pretty cool. You wrist and wrist well. Yeah, look at these shadows. That's nice. Sun's blazing over in that corner. Yep. Just taking a tour around this at this point here, just to kind of see if we can pinpoint anything that might potentially be wrong or bad. Needs to be some attention. Yeah, you can really see that elevation, I guess, on that fence line there on the infield. Yeah, I'm getting a sense for what the frame rates are, I guess, with no other cars other than myself. Got tons of frames. Tons of frames. And just out of curiosity, let's turn some things off. So that's one level. Sorry, guys. I didn't need to do that. Okay, so I'm pressing the O key. I know it's what I'm checking for is to see if anything shuts off during testing that shouldn't. So far, I'm not seeing anything. I'm assuming probably a majority of the stuff is probably going to be in the infield. I mean, it's already minimized as it is as far as being in testing mode as opposed to race weekend. So there's, yes, so there's some things that should turn off. Got some trees and stuff. Yep. So we do have some items that will still turn off even in testing mode. I didn't check this out in Sandbox itself, so I'm checking it out in the sim itself just to kind of, yeah. Oh, so wait a minute. We do got that part of the grandstand does go away. That's kind of interesting. So you can see some things remove themselves like that. That's really cool. So even in testing mode, you have the option of being able to turn some items off if you're trying to gain some frames or just something as a distraction. So that tree goes away there, I notice. Very cool. I don't necessarily see that as a problem. I mean, to have some things turn off during testing mode, I mean, that's yep. So that's really about the only thing I see so far. Looks like you got some victory lane stuff. I guess that do go away. Yep. So you got these blocks here, and then the victory lane. Those go away. And it's still timing me too. That's funny. Yeah, so just take it. So we do have some of the victory lane goes away, but the gate's still there during testing. Okay. Some of the safety vehicles and that. Okay. So that's in testing mode. So we can definitely confirm that the track works pretty good in testing mode. Let's get out of this and go into race weekend mode now. See what we got there. So let's go back one more into single race. Now we want to make sure that we have a full field of cars. There we go. And again, just for reference, I am using the updated Winston Cup 2003 mod from Splash and Go, as opposed to the. Now we've compared this too, I guess, as far as the original Cup mod by Papyrus, originally by Papyrus, and the Splash and Go. The only really difference is just as far as the new aspects to the Splash and Go mod in comparison to that. As far as the optimization of it, even with all that new stuff added in the up-to-date mod, very minimal difference as far as frame rates. Very minimal, and that's saying a lot, I guess, about the mod. All right, so we want to make sure we got a full thing of cars. Let's load this up in race weekend. Here we go. Alright, so what I want to do here is just kind of pan this around. We'll get to a car. Let's put it on spectator for starters. There we go. I want to check it out this way as far as just to see all the shadowing, whatever. I think the one camera in turn 2, TV2 I should say. Let's get a car that's going around here. It's going on Dale Jarrett. So what I want to look at here is the frames as he goes around with all this new stuff that's been applied as far as shadows and whatnot. So there you can see that's the one I wanted to check out there. As you can see all that shadowing there. It's now on that bridge for turn 2, as well as right there. Oh, you almost got it. Missed it by one. Sad face on the slots. Yeah, so I got it on just the one car here. Let's get it on another car. We got some more cars in the picture here. Jeff Burton. These cars, these paint schemes. I mean, it's Splash and Go has done such a fantastic job, I guess, with making that original Cup mod, I guess, is that much better. Yeah, I'm gonna get some more cars in the picture here. Got some still on pit road. So we can kind of pan through here. There's some more cars. There we go. I'm seeing the frame rates relatively stay the same. So depending on which part of the track, it dips as low as like the high 30s. Gets up to a little over 100. So just depending on where you're at. But it's not so low, I guess, that it's super laggy or stutters. Hopefully you can read the frame rates up at the top right there. It's kind of picking different areas of the track, but with more stuff that it's got to render as far as cars. Jack Sprague, though, when he was a rookie, that was crazy. It's got a lot of cars in that shot. Still saying well above 40 frames. That's saying a lot for this thing here. That's a lot to render in as far as like all the detail in the track as well as the mod. As far as the cars going around the track. Got a nice race going on here. These two relatively veterans here. I think that's Ryan Newman and Jeff Burton are trying to get around the rookie. Let's put it on TV1. Change the perspective here. Yeah, looks like they'd be trying to get. Looks like he's pulling away from the. Got some good racing going on there. I mean, I could just scream, you know, a bunch of screenshot. I mean, just pretty much anywhere you take a screenshot around this track. What I would suggest is to turn that off if you want to take a really cool screenshot. There's a lot of photo opportunities here, I guess, as far as, and you would have some really fantastic shots. No clipping. That's the other thing I'm looking at too, as far as no camera clipping from one camera to the next, you know, into objects or walls and things like that. We put this camera here, if you remember, this is on TV1. It's on top of that press box in turn 1, as far as that media stand or press booth or whatever you want to call it in turn 1. That was in a previous stream. We're going to be getting in here to and do some racing here in a moment here. I'm just kind of taking it all in here. It's so much better, I guess, when where it started from, that's for sure, as far as the frame rates and such. Alright, let's see if we can qual here. Got a little bit, we got halfway through practice here. I'm going to go to qualifying. And we're going to qualify here. And again, I'm going to keep the mirror and all that stuff off. So, I love this qual stall. This qual stall is cool. It's not in the first stall, as far as the stall 0. It's out on the actual pit lane. It's pretty cool. Definitely dig that. Let's see if we can qual here. I know before, I've been able to get, just kind of smoke and get the pole here, but... So yeah, see, we got the general tire up on that bridge during the race weekend, as opposed to testing, as we saw. Kind of like that feature, as far as, you know, having some sponsorship on the bridge, I guess, during the actual race weekend. Very good use, I guess, of the race weekend switches. This track just drives really nice. You guys got to be careful of that apron. You get down too low out of the groove here, out of the dark stuff, chances are you're probably going to go around. And that's to be expected. One more lap. It's so smooth. We're going to see how it runs here, because once we get on the grid, as far as the start of an actual race. Yeah, those flag cues too there too. This spot on. I mean, it's like you want to be right in that that zone, as far as that restart zone. That's when they should be, especially when you're in the lead like that. So we had that issue, and that's been addressed, obviously, but that's just to kind of clarify, because as far as where we came from, where we're at now, I guess, with the World Track Build. I should say for Torch more than anything. He's done most of the work. He's just kind of taken some of the insight and some of the advice, I guess, to be able to do that. We're going to go to race, and this is going to be on full grid. You know, this is something else we pointed out, too. I'm going to go ahead and shut this. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. Okay. So I'm being called to my car. Okay. Drive. So this is something else that we pointed out. The fact that the grid is actually past the pit exit there to take advantage to make sure all the cars are ahead of that lead segment, or at least no further than that lead segment as far as the start-finish line. And that's to eliminate any potential, I guess, for even for player cars. If you were to play this online, you won't have to worry about that car, the car that's on the other wrong side, I guess, of the lead segment to be a lap down towards the end of the race, or just getting scored wrong. So that's been addressed. So let's see what you can do here. We're just going to try to run through a 20-lap event here. I'm going to try to get a pit stop into this. I'll run a few laps and try to come into pits and see how the protocols work there, I guess, for the pit overlay. Just based on everything I was explaining there. See where and when we get black flag or not, as far as being at the proper speed.
Man, I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you.
So at that line right there, if I'm not down to speed, I should get a black flag.
Get ready.
See if this starts in the zone. Who's next to me anyway? Kenseth. Beautiful. Love it.
Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
Right in the zone. So the way you set that zone up, I guess, as far as the earliest and latest, it can be anywhere in between that zone. It doesn't necessarily mean it'll be at the beginning or at the end. It can fall anywhere within that window. And so far, that's what I've seen so far. But I haven't seen it be too early, I guess, before that actual visual zone, or too much far after.
4, 9, 8, 7.
It's pretty much spot on. So I'm gonna do a few laps here before I come in, potentially attempt to pit here, and we're gonna test that pitting protocol out. So probably my initial test here is when I come into the pits, I'm gonna try to come in hot to be not getting down to speed before I hit that commit line, and see if I do actually get a black. Now I won't initially get a black flag until after I've done my stop, especially under green flag conditions. So that's something to make a fair mention to. So it's not going to tell me I was speeding coming in until after I leave my pit stall. And that's just the way the simulation is designed, yeah. Alright, I'm going to do one more lap, and then I'm going to try to come into the pits that are hot. So not this lap, next lap. I'm going to give myself a little bit of distance between me and Labonte at this time. He's 2/10 behind me.
22, 9, 3, 0.
Alright, I'm going to try to pit this time. I'm going to come in super hot. Try to get down to speed as I get to that line. Again, I'm going to try. Crap. That's not what I wanted to do, though. That's not what I want to do. I want to try and go. It's hard to do, I guess, on a curved pit. That's for sure. Let's see if it actually will do it, though. More than likely it will. So I'm going to try to stay at speed here. So I came in hot past that line. So more or less will probably either get me, I guess, for trying to get back out on the track after passing that line, or at least coming in hot. I'll probably try it again here. I'm going to stay. I'm going to play coy and be like, oh, okay, I did nothing wrong. I'm going to try to go pit speed.
4,
But it should tag me.
2.
So I'll do my stop. Everything's fine, so I don't have anything yet. It won't be till after I do my pit stall. It'll say it should tell me I came in too hot or sped or whatever. I'm already a lap down. Dang it.
Okay, go, go, go. Hit road speed 35. Need to amend that for 3,000 second gear. Clear to the wall.
Seeing it didn't there.
They're all clear,
So
all clear, go hard.
that may be, and it might have been because I came in just kind of all funky. So I'm going to try it again. Yeah, because I came in all funky and I guess I stopped at that. It might have just saw that I was trying to avoid an accident. So there is kind of that nature, I guess, in the built into the sim too. It's like you slammed on the brakes, but you were kind of out of the zone. It can sense the fact that I might have ran into a wall,
Stay low there. Clear high.
and that might have been part of that. So I'm going to try this again
9,
and try to stay relatively on the active pit lane instead of almost running into the wall, and see what it does then. So we're still under green conditions. Alright, let's try this again.
1 outside at your door.
Ah, see that, once again, see that I got tagged. I got hit in the back there, I got spun around. So that probably wouldn't have counted. Try it again. It's kind of tough to do this on a curved pit entrance. Straighter pits wouldn't probably be so much of an issue. That's not an issue with the track, or it's just the nature of what we got here, though. Try it again here. So I don't have as much to deal with here, so let's try to come in. It's really hard to get into the pits here hot. Alright, let's try it this way. I definitely came in hot that time. Let's see if it snags us, though. We'll see if it snags us. Let's get back up here. 35 is the pit speed. Just try not to speed. We're going to play coy.
Speed, do not speed
See,
here. Remember, 3,000
see, once you
seconds.
hit the actual number, that's when the spotter will cue you, say don't speed. But it's just not saying you're actually already speeding, but it's like you're at that limit. Okay, do our stop. We're going laps down, but that's okay. We're not worried about that. So what we're looking for to see if we actually get tagged. So we did that last time, you know, as far as like almost hitting that pit wall.
Okay, go, go, go. Pit road speed
Should get
35.
tagged this time.
Need to amend number 3,000 second gear.
See, we're not getting tagged. So that's
They're all clear.
there's
all
probably a little
clear,
bit of
go
tweaking that
hard.
need to be due on that. 'Cause that's twice at least. We didn't get potential there, I guess, for getting tagged there. So that might need to get extended a little bit.
Okay, go hard.
Move that pit stall or extend that apron near pits area out, possibly. We're going to try it one more time. We're running on the laps here, but we're going to try it one more time, coming in hot. But that last time I did there, I definitely came in hot past that line,
29.
especially on the center line of the car. We'll try it one more time. It's really tough to try to come in hot here, coming off of curves.
Pit road speed 35.
Alright,
Need to amend number 3,000 second gear.
that's definitely hot. If that doesn't tag me this time, then that's not right. We'll have to look and see what's going on with it. Hopefully I got enough laps left. I put it on a 20 lap race, so
43.378.
alright, let's do our pit stop. Playing all coy. We should get tagged. We definitely should get tagged this time. If we don't get tagged, then that needs to be adjusted.
Go, go, go. Pit road speed 35. Need to amend
See,
number 3,000
that would have to be
second gear.
adjusted. That's definitely, I should have got tagged there. So there's some adjustment that needs to be done on the on that as far as the pit entrance anyway. I didn't get a chance to test out, so we'll test that next as far as the exit. So there's obviously some adjustment needs to be made to the overlay on the pit entrance, because I definitely came in hot that very last time. And that should have tagged me. In fact, I can look at the replay. Let's go to retire. And we'll look at the replay here as far as how hot I actually came in. Let's back this up here. But I was definitely over speed limit when I passed the center line of the car. I actually passed that line that we've got defined as the actual pit stop. So let's go back here. And we'll kind of go frame by frame here. So how fast was I actually going? So right now I'm 80. Yeah, I'm at 77. So I already passed that line, the center line of the car, and I'm already well over 66 miles an hour when I passed the line. That should have definitely tagged me, and it didn't. So there's what you could do is probably move that that first pit stall, that 1294 or whatever it is on the pit lane 1. You could probably move that on the other side of that, and that would probably correct that problem, because you're dealing with a curve here too. And I've mentioned that before. Because there's a curve, you got to compensate for that too in a lot of cases. So to get that to recognize where that first pit stall is, it's not doing that here. So yeah, it's probably more or less an issue with that. But I definitely should have got tagged there for coming into the pits hot, because I did get down to speed eventually, but once I passed that initial line here that's defined in there, it didn't do it. So okay, so that's been tested. So now what I want to do is test out the pit exit. Now we know there probably needs to be some adjustment there. We'll do that before we come out of here. So let's go back to race. Let's start this over, and we'll test the exit out.
Drivers, start your engines.
Back to E. Oh, he's got no problem there, James. Whoops, wrong gear. You might have it for that white line. As far as the, oh, if it's at the, no, because I'd already confirmed that. I mean, you can look at that. We'll take a look at that a little bit closer, but I was pretty sure you had it on that yellow line. As far as where the orange, the hot spot is or whatever. I was pretty sure that was where you had it set. But we'll take a look at that to see. And if it's not, then, you know, we have to make that adjustment accordingly. But I think we already made that confirmation that you had the pit lane start on the pit lane 1 section of the I-9. It was set on that yellow line. But because you're dealing with that curve, that's the other issue. It's not a straight. If it was a straight deal, that would be straight up as far as like what you had it down there. But we're going to be testing the pit exit this time, though. So we're going to do a couple laps, and I'll come in down the pits. I'll come in at pit speed, and then try to speed going out. Yep. Good restart. No, baby. Racing Kansas theory.
One outside at your door.
Hot and heavy.
Still there. Clear. 25.
Get out of his way.
0, 0.
Yeah, they race hard, that's for sure. Do keep it challenged for you. That's what I like. The AI run really smooth too, I guess, as far as, you know, all those lines that they follow, as far as the limp lines and panic lines and all that stuff, we've already tested that last week, and that was all working beautifully. So I got 1/10. Okay, we want to increase this gap here a little bit. I want to give myself some room. Alright, got, what, 4/10 now? Cool. I'm going to try to pit here. Try to. That's the operative word. Oh, crap. Crap. Ah! Dang it, I didn't want to spin out, though. No problem. At least we got it down to speed.
Pit road speed 35. Eagle man number 3000, second gear.
Yeah, so I did that all before that actual commit line, so that's good. So I'm going to keep it down to pit speed. We're going to obey the law here.
Don't speed, do not speed here.
Yep.
Number 3000, second gear.
35, I didn't go any faster than 35.
49.5.
It's so slow coming down here. At 35. Especially after going like next to 150, I guess, on the track. Alright. Now, it's a pretty short distance, I guess, between this stall and that white line. That's why I was thinking the yellow line is probably more where you want to probably have it, because it's...
Okay, go.
So if I try to speed here, it's probably not going to do anything.
Eagle man number 3000, second gear.
Yeah, it's probably not that much there. So if I was further back, that would definitely be a problem. So I have to try coming down pit road without doing a stop, just to kind of give myself... I'll have to start speeding, I guess, before I actually cross that line. Yeah. I'm going to stay on the apron here. Come back in. So we're going to come in solid here. Try to.
Pit road speed 35.
Good.
Eagle man number 3000, second gear.
Not bad. That's good. Keep it on pit speed. Yeah, so even the frame rates through here, with all that, the war wagons and all that stuff, pretty dull. It's nice. It's not real choppy. It gets down to like the mid to high 30s, but not terrible at all.
1 minute 30.36.
You can see Wingfoot flying around there. It's cool. Alright, what I'm going to do...
Don't speed, do not speed here.
See, I got a black flag there. Now that works. That's actually good. So I started speeding up before I got to that line. So that works. See, it says for entering, but that's not.
Tachometer. We can't even get a good fucking read.
So it works pretty good against. I'm gonna do it one more time. I'm gonna come in, clear the black flag, and then try it again.
Gauge pit road speed. They need to get the fucking kind of they can fucking do this fucking bullshit. 2010. Concentrating on getting up pit road here as hard as you can there.
Yeah, I don't know why it says for the. That's all. That could be easily changed, I guess, with your spotter lines there. Yes, as far as I wouldn't say lie, but it's just it's it's just incorrect. Yeah. But the fact that it's telling you that you did something wrong on pit road and you have to clear, obviously you can see the black flag. So.
Don't speed. Do not speed here.
So we just got to do a drive-through for this to clear it. So we'll obey the pit speed. But it definitely seemed to work there, and we're going to get it cleared and come back down again just to confirm or whatever that it does apply. But as long as it's catching you, I guess if you're speeding before you get to that line, that's the whole idea behind it. Yeah, so it did clear. Cool. So the fact that it cleared it, that's a good sign. That's good. If it didn't clear it, then that's a bigger problem. As long as you obey the speed coming through for pass speed, you know, just to pass through.
There you go, go hard.
Standing up in here. We'll come back down again, and we're going to do it again.
One outside at your door. Clear.
Come in nice and clean. Get down to speed.
Pit road speed, 35.
Perfect.
Need to amend that for 3,000 second gear.
Yeah, see, even when the spotter comes out, because as far as when you get to that line, it's not till after the center line of the car passes that line that it'll cue. And that's the way it should. That's that apron near pits. Working as it should. Yeah, first stall advantage, because as far as the
5 to go.
being able to speed. Oh, yep.
0.35. 0.
Okay, so we're going to assume maybe we had a pit stall right here, and then I'm just going to
Don't speed. Do not speed.
see it gives us a black flag, so that's good. That's what you want.
Black flag.
You cannot start speeding until you get past you clear pit.
We're too fast entering.
So I just kind of shut him up. We already heard him. So what I basically try to simulate there is if I had a stall that wasn't the first stall, and say like maybe the third or fourth stall in, you know, to be able to gun it out there, it's gonna flag those guys. So like you said, Torch, as far as like having that first stall advantage, in most cases, yeah, you can just gun it out there. It's not gonna tag you. But I would also consider, I guess, as far as probably putting that line at the yellow line and not the white line. Because I think you got room in there. I think I mentioned that. We'll take a look at that. Go ahead and retire. But that definitely that pit entrance one there does really need some adjustment, because it didn't tag me at all. So we'll take a look at, I guess, a possible adjustment here, and we'll actually test it out. Oh yeah, they definitely all do it. As far as that fit stall is, that's always been a thing. Okay, so let's take a look at some things here now. Let's close this out, and close this out here for a second. All right, so everything works good, you know, as far as our new DAT file and all that stuff. No, again, I don't want to. This is not what would be the finalized Torch. What you would have would be what you want to go by, as far as it being cleaned out with all the junk and whatnot. So, yeah, good reason to want to have the first stall. Absolutely, it is. That's always been a thing. I'm assuming it's still a thing in NASCAR, I guess, as far as having that first pit stall, or if you've got a pit stall or whatever that has a pit wall opening, for example, because you don't have any obstruction there. Same idea. Let's turn that on there for a second. So what we want to take a look at here closer is on the pit entrance. So it didn't tag me at all when I came in hot, and that's one of the things you can do. Is, like I said, one of the things you have to consider is this curve that's in here. That's a curved section. It's not straight. So the way you've got this is not bad, but you might be able to put an apron near pits here, extend that out, and then actually go a little bit further back. At least on this stall. So we had this stall. Let's put it back over here. You had it at. Let's check that out again. So in here, oh, not that one. we're done with that one there for now. That's all the changes. Let's go here, open this back up. So if we go into pit lane 1, which is our extension or our overlay, right here. So we're at 12:49:20. Okay. It's 12:49:20. Let me zoom in on this here so I can get it. There we go. So 12:49:20. Okay, so we're right about there. So this in itself, as far as the way that's set up, that's not 100% wrong, but the fact that it's not tagging you to get to this point here, we probably have to bring this back a little bit further. And that's just to compensate for, so it may even be, and it's all about the center line. So even if we were to move that to right here, instead of there, it could be just as simple as that. And then possibly even adding, you know, just pit stall, I guess, in this spot, just so that the game is picking up, oh, that's a stall, and he's going too fast, you know, that type of thing. And it's all about the center line. So even if we could try just doing it this way for starters, the apron near pits should be good, but you could probably even, to take advantage of moving this back, to add in this section apron near pits and pit stall. Again, just to compensate. But what we're going to try here for starters at least, and we'll test it out in the sim, is move it back. Instead of up here, we're going to move it there. So we're going to go by this center point, right on the line. So that's 12:44:88. So we're going to move this back. And it probably would behoove, I guess, to go ahead and make a change. Or you can do this. This is another thing I'll do, is just kind of make a space here. Putting spaces in here isn't going to hurt anything. So we'll just take this here, copy it, paste, and I'm going to comment this one out by just putting a semicolon. Colon, semicolon. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Like so. It's not going to read that line. You can either do that one or just the, let's see, do this one right here. That's probably a better one. What that'll do is I'll comment that line out. It's not going to read that line. But I can also leave a space in here so I know which one I'm actually working with, like this. So this one's not going to read. We're going to adjust this one to 12:44:88 is what we read. Okay, that's putting it a little bit more this way, like I said, instead of up here. So what it's going to happen potentially by setting it that way, we're also going to have to check this line. It's at 12:45:05. So that's even further back from that. So it's just putting that a little bit closer to this actual pit start. 12:45. So you had 2:49. So you had about a 5 meter. Yeah, 2:49:88. Oh, my bad. 2:40. What did I do? Oh, I adjusted the wrong one. Dadgummit. I meant to put 2:44:88 on this one. I'll double check that number. I screwed this value up. Crap. Let me reopen this. I adjusted the wrong one. I'm going to redo it. That was my fault. That was my fault. I adjusted the wrong line. Let's go back to pit lane 1. We'll redo this properly. Yeah, I adjusted that wrong line. So I put that out of the way so I wouldn't touch it, and I still did. So let's do that, and we're going to copy this line. Put it here. There we go. This is the line we want to adjust. So 2:44:88 is the new line. Okay, and just to confirm. Okay, 12:44:88, that's what we got. Now, what we had it at was 12:49:20. So when you look at it from this way, that pit stall was just it was ahead of it by, what's the difference there? Let's actually crunch the numbers. So we got 12:49:20 and subtract 12:45. That's where the pit lane start is for the overlay. What did I do? I thought I subtracted. Try it again. 1249.20. I don't know what I did there. Subtract 1244. 1245.05. God dang it. Got my numbers mixed up. So we got 1249.20. That's what I want. 1249. That's our original pit stall there. Subtract 1245.05. I want to get that difference is all. There. 4.15. So that's the distance you had. Now, with adjusting this, we're going 1244 on the new stall, 0.88. And subtracting 1245, we're going to leave that, see what that distance is. 5.05. Okay, so now we're actually 0.17 behind it. So, or ahead of it, I should say. So 1245.05. So that's going to be this way. So we're just putting it that much closer. So we shrunk that gap down is all I'm saying. So between the 4.15 that originally was down to that -17, we're just closing that up there. It may not necessarily need to be that, but we're going to try it and see where it actually and we're going to observe as far as like where the center line of the car, when we check it out in the sim, where it's at. You know, if we come in hot at this point and it black flags us as we do our pit stall and come back out, then we're good. If it don't, then it still needs some adjustment. But that's one way, I guess, to be able to adjust it back, as opposed to just applying all these sections in here, I guess, for apron or pits and pit stall and all that stuff. This is the matter of us adjusting the pit stall location here for the pit lane 1, which is our extension. Okay, so we'll save this. This is in our track folder. And we still got that line to reference as far as where we started from. Save that. We'll leave it open. And we'll go test this out in the sim. So, yeah, the only thing I was trying to show here with that difference, it was at that gap that you had between the actual pit lane start and the stall was 4.15. Now we've got it down to this, which is that much closer together, I guess, is all. Alright, so now we want to do is go back into the sim and test it out. So we just want to test out the pit entrance again. Alright, so that's another confirmation, I guess, as far as Torch, you were mentioning, is you were thinking that you had it on the white line. It is actually on that orange line, as far as where you had that at. So just to kind of clarify this, the white line here, it's not on that line. You do have it set to this line, but it's not picking up. So it's just a matter of moving that back and letting the sim know it's like that stall is a lot closer to that line than where you had it. That's really all we're doing. Okay. Okay, we're going to shut that off, and then we're going to go back into the sim here. Check this out. That's a really long... oh, man, it's doing this crap, man, when it does that. Dadgummit. I give this a second. I mean, I got out of that correctly, so I don't know why it's doing that. Come on. There we go. Yes. Oh, don't give me this baloney. Just let me out. Disregard, yes. And I don't know, for some reason I lost configuration, I guess, on the wheel. That stinks. That happens. Let's try this again. Let's go. Load it back up. Let's try it again. Sometimes it just takes going back into it. There we go. So let's go single race. There we go. Now we're all good. Sometimes I guess the cables will actually come loose on the wheel, but I don't think that's the case this time. I didn't move it other than when I initially brought it over, so. Alright, so let's load this up. Track loads up good. Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a qual so I can get to the front. There's really no way to cheat that in that I know of, I guess, as far as to get yourself on the pole on a race weekend, so I just go ahead and do a lap. Doesn't really take that long to do anyway. Plus it gives me more lap time, I guess, as far as to get some testing. It's a fun track to drive on. Got a couple helicopters in the air there. Kind of a distraction. Guess that's the whole point, I guess, when those animated objects there. You know, the fact that we got all those types of things loaded as we're racing and stuff, too, that's saying a lot for the track as well. You got all those animated pit crews, and then we got the wing foot, all the helicopters and all that stuff. That's all things that needs to be rendered in graphically, so the fact that it's not hindering, I guess, the performance of the track with the mod in particular. Kind of scraping bottom there a minute. Oh, I was gonna say I had outside pull. I had outside pull there for a second. Gordon gave me a run for my money there. We're really close. Let me look at the standings there. Holy mackerel! Yeah, so we're at 2/10 on. So for a second there, I was actually outside pull. Gordon gave me a run for my money there. I beat him by 2/10 there. All right, so let's go to race. Let's get this thing going here. So again,
drivers, start your engine.
what I want to do is just
Okay.
I forgot about that. Gentlemen, start your engines. There's several random. All those are pretty much default. Those are all default. Default, gentlemen, start your engines. So what I'll do is I'll do just a couple laps just to kind of get some distance, I guess, with the rest of the field, and then I'll try to come in hot, just as I was previously there, and see if we can't get that to tag us, I guess, for a black flag as well. So as far as I'm concerned, the pit exit is actually pretty good. That one's pretty. That's pretty well set.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. Go get them. Alright, man. Pace cars in.
Here we go.
Get ready.
Still in that zone.
Go, go, go.
That visual restart zone there is really handy. I like the way they've done that in actuality. In reality, I guess, as far as to have those, because it's very helpful to know when you can actually start, and it's actually cued, I guess, by that flag in this sim. So you've got that restart zone that's actually painted on the wall and on the apron, as well as that flag that you can visually see. It's all nice and cued in. It's all lined up and synced together. So I'm going to get some distance here. Only got a couple hundreds of distance here. Man, he's right on my butt.
23.
There we go. I got a little bit of distance now.
5.
I'm going to do one more lap. I want to get enough distance here. I got a good second.
22.
Yeah, that's better. So we'll come in and try to make a hot pit here. We're going to come in hot and heavy. Try to. That's the operative word.
It goes speed 35.
Alright, so we did come down to speed,
3,000 second gear.
but we were definitely speeding past that line. We're going to play coy here and be like, I didn't do anything wrong. So there is kind of an exploit, I guess, with the game too. If you do get down to speed and you stay at speed within a certain window, it sometimes won't. But you want to try and remove that exploit. That's kind of the whole other idea, I guess, as far as putting on that pit extension, pit overlay. You want to remove that exploit. Because there is, like I said, there's a little bit of a window, I guess, as long as you're down to pit speed, I guess, within a reasonable amount of time, it won't tag you.
Okay, go, go, go.
So it should tag me here.
Y'all did good on pit road, everybody.
Still not tagging
Ready
me.
to roll?
So it may necessarily come down to moving that pit stall and also adding. Yeah, I might have to move even that line as far as where the pit lane starts, a little bit further back too.
There you go, go hard.
It still definitely didn't tag me there. In fact, I'm gonna get out of here and I'm gonna see how fast I was going. Let's go ahead and retire. And we're gonna take a look at that. So I think it's probably gonna be a matter of moving that actual pit lane start in pit lane 1. Let's see what's going on here. Let's zoom this up, and we'll back it up. And back it up. There we go. So this is where I came in. I want to see how fast I was going when I crossed the line. So I'm looking at the center line of the car. So let's go to helicopter. Back it up here. So the center line of the car, I was 62 miles an hour. So it definitely should have tagged me. Now, just looking at it from what we did in Sandbox, we put the actual pit stall was like right on this line, so it's still not picking it up that you're speeding, so it's too close. So we're probably going to have to put that further behind that line, much further behind, so that it's picking up that first pit stall in conjunction with this. We might not have to move the so we just got to put that very first pit stall in pit lane 1 further back, so that once the center line of the actual car passes that point, you're in this zone as far as where that pit lane start is. It's gonna tag you. So that's basically what we're trying to balance out at this point. And keeping in mind too, we're still dealing with this curve. It's not straight, so the game is probably struggling a little bit as far as where the actual center line is of the car and where that pit stall is on the inside. It's going to be a little bit offset. So we tried to just move it closer to the actual, by moving that first pit stall back here, and it's still not tagging me, so I'm going to have to put it further back, is all it's basically coming down to. So that's what we're going to try next. It definitely should have tagged me there, and it didn't, so we just got to move that stall back is all. Alright. So, let's make that adjustment. Let's get out of this. Alright, so we're at 1244. So what we want to do is go in our sandbox. So we put it there. We're going to put the center line, so we stall back here even further. So we're going to be well ahead of that. So again, what we're trying to accommodate here, once the center line of the car actually passes this line, which is at 1245, it's going to, in conjunction, I guess, with where this first pit stall is located in the INI, it's going to, once that passes here, it's going to say, oh, you already passed that first pit stall on pit lane here. You're speeding, so it's going to tag you if you're going too fast to pass that line. That's all you're trying to accomplish here at this point. So let's put it at, what is that value here? Moving it there, we need to put it at 1241.29. And you don't have to get real specific. I'm just reading that directly, I guess, from that. I mean, you can be, 241.29. You can make it just 2.5, and then just double check that, for example, just to kind of round it off. You don't have to use that specific number. There's a little bit of a fudge factor there. So even if I did 25. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a fudge factor there. So, if you don't use that exact number, as far as that, it's probably not going to hurt too much. That's all the point I was going to make. So we're going to keep it at that. So that we're moving it further back. Now we're well behind this line. And again, if you're understanding the dynamics, I guess, of how the sim reads as far as that it's that first pit stall, either on exit or entrance is what it's reading. Okay, so center line of the car, as long as it's past that point, if you're speeding past where it reads this first pit stall, again on the overlay, it's going to tag you. If I was going that 62 miles an hour with this setup here, it's more than likely going to tag me. And that's what we're going to test. Alright, so file save. And we're going to leave that open and go back into our sim. Hopefully I don't lose that calibration again. Nope, so we're good. So we're going to single race. I think this time what I'll do is I'll just start from the back. I don't necessarily need to start from the front. Although that is fun, I guess, to try to get the pole. I don't really necessarily need to be in the front, I guess, to test that there. But I want to be under green flag conditions too, I guess it's for that. So if you get it working under green flags, more than likely it's going to work just the same under caution as well if you're coming in too hot and all that stuff. So let's load it up here. Alright, so let's just go ahead and go right to race. We're going to start from the back this time. That way we don't have to worry about getting all that space in there. It is fun trying to get the...
Drivers, start your engine.
Let me go ahead and turn that off, though. It's just that. Okay. Nah. Wrong button. Hello? There we go. I think I got it. And wrecked up there. I just want to make sure turn that. We just got through. I want to hear all the sounds. There we go. There we go. Start from the back here. So yeah, we can see you get a sense too, I guess, as far as the frame rates starting from the back here. We're still in the low to mid 30s, I guess, starting from the back here. You consider the detail in the mod and the track itself. That's pretty decent for the system I got, at least anyway. It's going to be different, I guess, for you know, people that have a better system and all that stuff as far as the graphics card and whatnot. But for this system here, this is pretty stout, pretty respectable.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. You can go get them. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready.
Yeah, the only other thing is it's kind of hard to... I got enough testing, I guess, as far as to where that restart zone is. That thing's pretty solid. Been able to start up in the front there pretty good and confirm or whatever that it's within that zone every time. As far as that visual zone we seen on the apron and the wall and such. So we're going to do a couple laps here just to kind of get some under our belly. We're going to come in. I'll come in this next lap. I want to at least get one lap where it's time to me. There we go.
24.
Now this next lap here, I'll come in, try to come in hot. And again, keeping in mind, it's not going to give me that black flag right away until after I get to the pit exit. So whether I do a stop or not, it's not going to matter. Alright, definitely speeding there. I'm just going to go right through the pits there. And I'm not even going to worry about doing a stop. So we definitely came in hot there. So you don't necessarily have to do a stop. As long as you're coming through the pit. We're going to play coy and be like, I didn't do nothing wrong. Kind of compensate here. It should tag me at this point. And again, what you're trying to do is remove that exploit of what the sim goes by, I guess, as far as the first pit stall coming into the pits and leaving the pits. By adding that overlay. Can't say that enough. Alright, so now what I'm going to do is try to... Should flag me. Still not flagging me.
All clear, go hard.
Interesting. I'm going to try it again. Stay on here. I'm going to try to come out here. That should have definitely worked.
Go hard.
But it may even come down to where you might have to apply it, like I said, the pit stall
One outside at your door.
location, I guess, in that spot, because it's not actually that way so far.
Pit road speed 35.
Okay, that was hot. Let's try it again here. Yeah, it may come down to where you would have to put an actual pit stall. You know, to get the game to fully recognize the fact that it is a pit stall. That may come down to that.
1:09.5.
Because we only adjusted in the eye, and I guess to do it. We tried it that way. I guess in some cases you might have to actually define that area as a pit stall.
Clear to the wall.
Nope, still not tagging me.
All
Okay.
clear, all clear, go hard.
So we're going to try that next as far as just to define that as an actual pit stall. Let's go ahead and recap. Definitely came in hot here again. So we're not worried about where our stall actually is. What we're... oh crap. That's not what I want to do. There we go. Let's frame by frame here. So I wanted to get... I was going well over the speed limit there. So I'm like 44 mile an hour. But I didn't get down to speed 35 before. Keeping in mind we got that pit stall in the D-long in the pit lane 1 back here. So it definitely should have tagged me. But I think what it's missing is needing that actually defined as a pit stall. As far as that light blue. That might correct that for us. So sometimes you can get away with just setting the D-long there and that'll work. I think at this point what we need to do is actually define that as pit stall. And see if that works. Because so far as we just proved there, it's still not tagging you. Alright, so let's go ahead and adjust that. Let's see here. Final tweaks here. So let's go 1241. We're going to leave that there. Yep, just like that. We're just going to define this area here as pit stall. And what that'll probably require, as I look at this, it'll probably require something else I guess I think of too. You might even have to go so far as to define this as pit road here and bring your apron near pits down here instead of there. Yeah, that might come down to that. And again, it's just so that you can actually get the game to recognize this line as where the actual pit road starts in comparison, I guess, to the... So let's try this here. We're gonna apply. Let's go into display textures here. Let's do this. Put an F section in here. Tie that to that. I mean, you've tried all the other options here, and that hasn't worked. So this, we're gonna put this at the same value as this. It's got asphalt _4. Okay. So asphalt _4. And the value was 2 and 5. Okay. So we'll do this. We're going to do 2 and 5. Okay. So now we got that. That's going to be our new pit stall there. And we want to define that as such. So we want to make this a pit stall. Okay, now if we go back into extended, so that's now a pit stall. So I think what I'm going to do here is, like I said, having it this way, that doesn't make any sense as far as the game is concerned. So what I'm going to do is move the apron near pits. Yeah, we'll make this one pit road. These two actually pit road and make this apron near pits ahead of this line. Again, this is kind of taking in compensation for this curve. It's not straight. If it was a straight section, it'd be totally different. Alright, so this here, we want to make this apron near pits. Okay. So go apron near pits. Like that, and make these two pit road. So that way it's after that line, it's actually picking up that you're on pit road past that line. I think I've kind of made that clear, I guess, as far as like that. And it makes sense that that's actually what's occurring. So not that it was wrong, I guess, to go with the protocols that you had in there initially. I think what you're really fighting here is just that the fact that it's a curved section as opposed to straight. Might be a different story, I guess, with that. Alright, so we're going to do, this one's going to be pit road. And also pit road. Alright. So, again, just to clarify, I guess, as far as what we're trying to accomplish here. First pit stall is going to be in this spot here, so the game should pick up, you're on apron near pits, but there's a stall here. And then also, once you get past this, you're already on pit road, right? Not on the apron near pits, as it was previously. So in theory, as far as like with all that taken into consideration, on top of the fact it's a curved pit, if you're speeding past this point with all this applied like this, it definitely should tag you. Keeping everything else the same as far as the D-long values and whatnot in the INI. So we're going to save this one as a new PTF. And then I'm just going to put that PTF into our track folder, keeping that we already replaced, and it'll read that new PTF. Alright, so let's do geometry, display. Let's go ahead and save as new PTF. We're just going to label this as pit overlay. It doesn't matter what you name, but it's something you want to make it sense as far as like what you did there. And I'll do pit. And I'll do this. I'll do entry. Yeah, I'm just gonna label that. Cool. Save that. Cool. And that let's confirm that it did actually save, which is right here. Now I'm gonna take this. I don't need to read that. All I need to do is take that new PTF, put it in here, and make sure it's named the same name as the DAT and the track folder. So I can either grab just the track folder name or the DAT name. This is just review. Whoops. So I'll go into the properties of this, for example, copy that name, and paste it to this one. And then I'll read that new PTF. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's take that completely out. Paste. Now I can confirm it'll read this PTF and not the one that's in the DAT. Anything outside of a packed DAT takes precedence. That has priority. Alright, so we're going to test this out in the sim now. So not changing anything in here, leaving that all the same, just adjusting that INI. We've tested 2 times, I guess, as far as to try and just do INI edit. That's not obviously posting properly, so we're going to do it this way. Alright. Load the sim back up. I said close the profiler out. Okay. Let's go back in and try it out. So I'll just do the same thing as I did. I'll just start from the back. In single race mode. Give it a second to load up. Okay. Let's go ahead and shut that off. And go right to race. We'll start from the back. Here goes nothing.
Drivers, start your engines.
Let's get ready to rumble. You know, I got that audio command in there too, as far as the rumble. Just saying. What is that one there? That car's... That's a 49. What's that other car? Is that a 46? 41. What is that, dude? Yeah, it's a 46. That's Carl Long in a 46. I'll be damned. 49, that was Ken Schrader, I believe. Yeah, Ken Schrader in the 49. Going all the way back to 2003.
Go get 'em. All right, man, pace cars in. Get ready.
There we go.
Grind.
So I'm going to give it a lap before I try to come into the pits. Ooh, push there a little bit. Give it a one good timed lap. There we go. Perfect. Now we'll try to come into the pits.
4.4. 8.4.
Now we got one good green flag lap in. Watch caution come up trying to do this.
Pit road speed 35.
Okay, came in hot.
Man number 3000, second gear.
And you don't need to stop. I know you know that's not necessary. What's that black line that's going through there? That's I thought that was a skid mark. I guess that's maybe a texture issue there. And that curved part of the pit there on the white line.
45.73.
Nope, just went a lap down. Whole field just went by.
Clear to the wall.
Still not tagging me,
You're
huh?
all clear, go hard.
Well, let's try it again. I was pretty sure I would. Pretty darn sure I was,
There you go hard. Leader's coming up.
stay on the apron here. Here we go again.
Outside at your door. Still there. Clear.
Ah, that wasn't a good one at all. Crap. Son of a gun. Let's restart. Can we restart? Yeah. That's what I didn't want to do. That's definitely not going to count against as far as if you wreck yourself.
Start your engines.
Well, we'll try it again here. It's hard, I guess, you try to come in hot, that's for sure, I guess, as far as, you got to really get woed up there, I guess, if you want to make that corner coming into the pits here. Now, some might necessarily ask, why would you even be worried, I guess, about people trying to speed, I guess, coming into the pit road? Well, that's an exploit. And there are plenty of drivers out there that would try to use that exploit. I mean, if it's that hard, I guess, to get woed up, I guess, and get all out of whack, you know, trying to come into the pits in the first place, like, why would you even bother? But if you don't put it in there, then drivers that are used to being able to control their car and not get all funky and come in sideways or whatever, they will definitely use that exploit.
Man, I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift.
It's 100% guaranteed.
Go get them. Alright, man, pace cars in.
Yeah, and that's probably what I should be doing. I'm just trying to come in as hot as I possibly can is all.
Grind.
Now, if it was a straighter pit, that would be no problem. Just be able to just gun it right in there. But the fact that it's a curve, you gotta make that compensation for that. I'm gonna give him a lot of room here. But see, even by doing all this too, with the AI will definitely take heed, I guess, to that same protocols as well. Once if you set that up right,
20.
they will follow the same rules.
3, 7, 2.
It all comes down to the INI and how it's labeled in the, you know, on the track geometry and all. They will obey that if you set it up right.
Pit road speed 35.
All right, that's definitely hot.
Man number 3000, second gear. Don't speed, do not speed here. Remember, 3000, second gear.
The other thing I want to test too is see if it actually does come down to where it shouldn't matter if you pit or not. As far as going to get service, it shouldn't matter. Just the fact that you're coming down pit road under green flag condition,
4,
it should tag you.
8, 2.
But if it doesn't this time, I'm going to check it with doing a pit stop. See if that's still not tagging me. Okay. I'm going to try to do a stop this time. The game at this point might necessarily just be reading it as, you know, I made a mistake coming down pit road and you're trying to obey.
There you go hard.
Yeah, so the fact that I came in hot and not made a stop, there's really no advantage there. So straight. So this time I'm going to do a stop. Come in hot and do a stop.
Pit road speed 35.
And now this time I'll make a stop. Coming in hot, make a stop this time. Yeah, it very well may just be coming down to, and that's somewhat of a flaw I feel like is with the sim. If you come down pits and don't make a stop, it's more or less just looking at you were trying to evade an accident, and it's not gonna add insult to injury, I guess, in that fashion.
Y'all just get on pit road, everybody. Pit road speed 35.
Hell of a stop.
You go man number 3000 second gear.
All right, so now we'll just go. And we came in hot, so we're just gonna go speed limit. And it should flag me this time. Let's try. So we definitely came in hot. We were like 40-some mile an hour. Anything over 35 is speeding. So
1 minute 32.308. Clear to the wall.
see, it's still not tagging. So we still got an issue somewhere. So it doesn't matter if you're pitting or not. It's not tagging you, I guess, as far as coming in too hot. So, alright, we gotta take an even closer look at this as far as like what's going on with like the that curve and that stuff. And I think I mentioned this before as far as in applying that. It's much different on the pit exit, right? As far as in comparison to the entrance of pit road, because you got that curve. Much more of a curve there. So it's I think that's really what's going on here. Alright, so what we're at now, I'm going to leave this all like it is. So we were at 12. Let me check this out here. So on the pit lane here, 12:45:05. I know I had this working here, and I was trying to remember what values that I actually used. Yeah, I know. I did. I absolutely had it working last week, but I don't remember exactly the way I applied it. I applied it very quickly, but... Alright, so 12:45:05. I'm going to check this out. Does that work? So you want to go by the widest point of the curve. So down here, we got 12... Let me zoom in a little bit more. So we got 12:40. Dang, I keep forgetting the number. 12:45:05. So that's going to be right about there. So we're on the edge of this one here. So that's not entirely wrong. You want to go by that widest point. So it's down here. It's going to be less. Not by much, but yeah. So that is a different value there. So another way we can tackle this is just to draw an actual straight line. I know it's curved, so I'm just going to try and compensate. I'm going to put my own virtual line here, I guess, as far as to... So let's go from this point to say this point. Just make a straight line. We know that should be relatively straight. That's probably not that much of an actual curve in this section here, but just to kind of give you an idea of what I'm trying to do is as you come across here, you're actually trying to make a more solid straight line here. So in this case, this ends up being 12:46:20. Wait, is that over again? We're going to fix that problem. Okay. 12:46. Alright. So we went that way. We haven't adjusted anything on this yet. We left that alone. This is still stock, you know, as far as like what you had it at. Obviously, by moving the pit stall further back, that didn't do anything. We could probably go up further just so that it's picking up. So it might be too close to the apron near pits. We might have to move this up. like say to here. And again, just assuming that we got a much more straighter line than we have this way. This is definitely not straight as far as it's got that angle. So what we're trying to use is a couple other points of reference here as far as between this and that to make a straight line to kind of cross section that. So what we want to do probably is move this up, keep that pit stall there, and just move this up. So that's further into this zone. Just to kind of split the difference between where the center of the car would actually cross on this line and where that's at. You might even have to go this way, so that's sooner. So once we cross that line, it's going to recognize this stall. I don't remember having this much of a problem, I guess, when I did that last week. That's what's crazy. So when we come into the pit, crosses this line, recognizes this stall at that location. Apron near pits. So once you cross that, center line gets across this line. And if we put it here, in theory at least anyway, that should pick it up if we bring it back. So instead of at the 1240, I mean, we're basically getting right back to where we started, to closing that gap much further, I guess, as far as where we now had it at 1241, was it, which is here. So I don't want to put us further back from where we started and still ending up having that pit lane start too close to this actual first pit stall, right? So I'm almost thinking maybe doing something like this. So instead of having it at the 1245, it's about there, just bring it back down this way and straighten that out. So that would be 1244.15. So it's still ahead of the 1241, which we have that first pit stall. Yep. And it's not reading this one. Alright, so let's do that now. 1244.15. Alright. So what I want to do, just kind of, I want to keep this value right here that we had to start with. Cut this out. It's going to shift that over. That's okay. I'm going to put it over here, just so I have it for reference here. This is going to be in a comment line, so this doesn't matter. So we want to put this new value, 1244.15. So put that in here. So put 1244.15. There we go. So we still got this original value here. That's the only thing I was trying to retain. So let's save it that way. I'm just checking my work here again. What we probably don't want to do at this point is make this pit road, because you're removing, I guess, that whole apron near pits, that spotter cue to let yourself know, I guess, as far as you're on pit road, you know, you wouldn't get that cue. So that's not an option there. We want to keep this apron near pits as close to this line. Now we tried it on this line, obviously that didn't work. So we're trying to get it to recognize the sim to recognize is that the car is on pit road once it passes this line. That's the only thing we're trying to accomplish at this point, without removing, I guess, that cue, I guess, for the pit road. We could probably get away with, you know, putting the apron near pits into this area and just leave this pit road. So that's a further tweak that we can do on the way these segments are. We could make this apron near pits, keep this all pit stall, and that might work too. So we'll try it this way, see if this works out. If that does, we'll see if we can move this to apron near pits. I think we're still getting that cue pretty much okay, because you almost kind of want that before you get to that line and not necessarily after. So in theory here, logically, this makes sense to have it that way instead of it bleeding over on the other side of the commit line. Okay, so we need to make a save to this PTF. Or no, I didn't even make it. My bad. We are not making any change to the PTF whatsoever. All we're doing is just the INI, just to further take advantage of what we got in the PTF. So all we're moving is just that a little bit further back, close that gap up, straighten that line out. Okay, so there we go. Good enough. So all we need to do is save this ionize, make sure it's saved. Okay, I'm gonna leave it open and go back and check it out. See what our changes are. Have done. Let's do race. Load it up. It probably came so much quicker to me because it wasn't already chunked out, whatever like that. So when I did it really fast, you know, based on what was already there, that's the more common application, I guess, to it. It was probably a lot easier for me. The fact that it's already done there, it's probably what's throwing me off a little bit, just as far as the, just to kind of give some explanation there. But there's definitely room for, you know, just tweaking on it a little bit, as far as the way the segments are laid out and so on. Alright, let's go to race. We're going to start from the back.
Drivers,
Keep forgetting
start your engine.
Keep forgetting to do this, so let's do that. There we go. Gotta bring this back up. Okay, there we go. Get the sounds all going. Whoops, wrong gear. I'm having fun being able to do the laps on this, I ain't gonna lie. Get a little bit giddy about it, because it's nice that the track is actually, you know, it's solid. It doesn't crash. You don't get any poly tear or any business like that. But it gives you all, I guess, some free racing coverage here. So I think overall, as far as like what you got going on with the track, it's just really minor tweaks, you know, as far as some of the welds, you know, the backside of the safer, stuff like that. Nothing really major. There's some other areas that I pointed out that could still be addressed. I mean, but as far as major stuff, track's solid, I guess, other than dealing with those little minor issues. There we go. Hey, we got a different, got the 75 back here with me now. Kyle Petty running in a, what? He's a rookie in this. That's crazy. He's a rookie in 2003? Seriously? I didn't know that. Guess I don't remember that. Was I reading the right car? I don't think I was reading the right car. Now, what's that black car? 75. Oh, that's David Starr. Okay, never mind. I was reading it wrong. That makes more sense. Yeah, Kyle Petty's right here in front of me. I'm going to do one more lap. I was trying to get that sorted out there. That was really bugging me. It's like, I know Kyle Petty wasn't a rookie in 2003. Like, come on now. Yeah, it was David Starr. The 75, that black and orange car. Alright, now we're going to try and pit here. Now we got that sorted out. We're going to go ahead and make a stop, too. Let's do a stop while we're at it. Whoa, getting lucky on that scold there. Come on, guys. Give him some practice here, at least, anyway, too.
Okay, go. Pit road speed 35. Eagle man number 3000, second gear.
And we definitely came in hot there. I see you haven't been able to get another slot since you got that at the first start of the stream there. That was funny. Right off the bat there.
1 minute 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't speed. Do not speed here.
Just keep it at 35.
3000, second gear. Clear to the wall.
Yeah, it's still not tagging for some reason. That is super strange. Super strange. Okay, let's check the replay here. I'm going to check the replay. I don't know why this is being so difficult. Alright, let's go back here. It definitely may come down to like what I was saying as far as making it Oops, I'm going to go all the way back to where I came in here. Just to verify as far as what speed I was going at when I crossed that yellow line. Okay, it's frame by frame here. So I was going about 53 miles an hour across the line. It definitely should have tagged me. Now we got the first pit stall on there right there. We put that at 12, so we put that further back. It's still not picking it up. I wish I could remember the values that I had there when I did that last week. I might have to check the VOD. I might actually have to go down and check the VOD, but it's definitely still not tagging. Alright. That was pretty evident. It is definitely still not tagging. Let's go ahead and retire. Gotta do some more testing here. Let's check it out here. Okay. So, where did we... It's definitely in the right direction. I'm not going to discount that at all. Where's that? There it is. It scares me when it goes away like that. Okay, cool. Let's hide that. Okay, so let's take a closer look. What have we done here so far? So... it's really bugging me. So we put that stall over here. That's good. We already tried it where it was on that side of the line. That didn't work either. I'm half tempted to just go ahead and put that stall back on this side here, because again, understanding I guess the way the exploit is as far as what the sim goes, it always goes by that first pit stall. It may be confusing it as far as like, well, the pit stall was here, but the start of the pit is over here. So we're going to keep it at that value there, but we're going to move the pit stall just ahead, the center line, that pit stall closer on this side, and just see what that does. Because it might be too far back, I guess, at this point. It might be recognizing the stall, but it's like, well, I didn't pass the start of the pit lane until here, right? So it's actually just negating, I guess, that there. So we probably need to put a little bit closer on this side instead of that side. So we'll move the pit stall, and again, it's all that compensation, I guess, for that curve in that segment there too. So let's move our, so the center line of the car would be here. We just want to put it a little bit more on this side, like there. So that's at, oh, I need to zoom in here so I can read it. $1246.90 right there. So let's try that value. $1246.90. Okay, so just to verify, 1246.90. So, in theory here, what we're trying to compensate here, we already tested the way as far as what we've been testing so far, when we cross this line, it's not really reading this pit stall if we put it behind it. So if we put it closer to on this side of the line here, once we cross here, it's going to pick up that pit stall. We're also in pit road. We're still not removing this apron near pit, so we get the cue, that you're coming on the pits here, that you need to get woed up. So we're not removing that aspect. So again, when we're considering the car that's coming in, center line passes that point, it's going to pick up this stall, you're past that line, and if you're above 35, it's going to pick that stall up and pass that line and be like, oh, hey, guess what? Speed limit, or speeding ticket there. Okay. So that's all we're doing is just a 9.9 adjustment again. No PTF change. Just moving that pit stall up here closer to on the other side of where we've got our pit lane start on this, on the overlay anyway. Cool. So let's go ahead and save that. We'll test it out that way. We'll get this figured out. Sarge checking out. Oh, he's playing some slots. Sarge is playing some slots. He almost got it. Missed it by one. That would have been one of the big time slots. That's when you get all three robots there. That's 1,000 units of fluid. And those units of fluid will come in handy as far as for special events that we have on the channel here. For meeting sub goals and follower goal and so on. So, alright, so we made our save to... I just want to double check here. I can always save again. Just to make sure. And I want to confirm that it did save. That's one thing I haven't been doing. Probably a good idea. So we want to make sure it's actually saved. Which it did. Cool. Alrighty then. So let's check it again. Going back into the sim, we're going to do a little bit more racing. You know, as tedious as this process can be like that, as far as to do that, if you're not having fun doing it, then you're doing it wrong. You shouldn't let it annoy you. I mean, it can get annoying and aggravating sometimes when it doesn't want to work, but it's just a matter of working through, you know, what's going on and being able to. You got to have a clear mindset and definitely a lot of patience. If you don't have the patience and whatever, it's definitely not going to work out for you. So let's go ahead and turn that off again. Single race. Make sure this is on. Cool. And load it up. Yeah, definitely have to have a lot of patience with this stuff here. If you got the ambition, that's one thing. But if you don't have the patience, as far as you just expect things to work and get really aggravated easy, I guess as far as when things don't want to work like you expect them to, it's probably not the thing for you to be doing. Alright, here we go.
Drivers, start your...
What do we got back here? We got Jimmy Spencer in the 7 and David Starr again. So I'm noticing the starting grid ends up being different every time I do this, which is kind of cool. So I had Kyle Petty back here with me last time. Now I got David Starr and Jimmy Spencer with John Andretti in the 43. I like that randomization, I guess, as far as the starting grid anyway. That's all on how you rate the cars, that's for sure. Seeing Splash and Go would have rated these cars. They did a fantastic job on the paint schemes, and even these. Man, I remember the Mike Skinner days in the 30 AOL. Oh, that's actually Steve Park. My bad. I remember Mike Skinner being in that car at one point. Steve Park in this case here.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. Go get them. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready. Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
Give him a little bit of room, but I want to try and stay with him a little bit. Checking out them frame rates. It did dip below 30 there for just a split second, but not too bad. Not choppy at all, though. That's what I like about this. Being able to get right into the thick of it. Get one lap in here, one green flag lap. Now we'll come in. This lap here, we're going to try and come in pit. Come in hot.
Pit road speed 35. Eagle man number 3000 second gear.
Let's go ahead and do a stop. Uh-oh.
Back up.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I goofed. There we go.
Pit road speed 35.
So you know that's working.
Eagle man number 3000 second gear.
Yeah, you can check our wheel position and all that. Cool. Even coming in crooked.
Okay, go, go, go.
So it should tag me as I come in here, even though I did do, I'm going to try it again too, I guess without, yeah, that black line going through there, that's, you gotta see what's going on with that. I thought it was a skid mark. That's actually probably a texture issue there. That's probably easily fixable though.
1 minute 13.
2 laps down now.
8, 5, 7.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. So I'm going back in the sandbox. Still not tagging. That's weird,
You're
man.
all clear, go hard.
At this point, it should definitely be tagging me. I'm going to try it one more time. Now, I did a pit stop there. That is really strange. I don't know why that's not working.
There you go hard.
Try it again. Come in nice and hot.
Pit road speed 35.
Yep.
Need to amend that for 3,000 second gear.
I'm trying not making a stop here. It should definitely tag me there. Don't tag me there. Something wrong, man.
One minute 9.
That's a hell of a lap there. 1 minute. Like, what the? As the rest of them are doing like 28-second laps.
Clear to the wall.
That is crazy. It's still not tagging me.
All clear, go hard.
I'm kind of to the point. I almost have to check out the VOD as far as what I did that last time. Says there's no reason why that shouldn't be working. I can't even remember the values that I actually used there. I just remember going by. We didn't have all. Something's going on in there. I'm not sure what. At this point, let's see. Hide that. Let's get this back on here. So I think. Let's go back in here. Let's zoom this out here. So we're getting the queue, I guess, as far as coming into the pits there. That's solid. Yeah, that's going to be too big of an error. I know I didn't do that. Now, this hasn't been resplit or anything, has it there? That's probably something... I'm assuming, I guess, it hasn't been resplit. I'd have to go back and look at the VOD to see what was here, because notice in here, because there should be no reason why that doesn't work. And I'm not saying it's a problem with the splitting, but the way I did this before, I was able to put that right on that line like this and not run into this issue. Okay, so in theory, as far as the way this pit overlay works, the way I've got this here, there should be no issue why it should not work. As far as the key to it is if anything, is to line up where your actual first pit stall is with where your pits, your pit start is, and we've done all that, and it's like I'm kind of perplexed right now as far as why that's not picking that up. Because if I go back too far at this point here, as far as the apron near pits, that's going to be way off. I guess as far as that line, I want to put it over here in this bigger segment. So what I might try and do, and you don't want to put your apron near pits ahead of your pit road. That's obviously not an option there. So to make this apron near pits the bright orange, to make it this, that's not a good idea. You always want to have your apron near pits ahead of, in this case, on this side of the pit road. So that's not something we can do either. So I put that pit stall on this side at 1246. What was it? 1246.90. Zoom back in. What is it out here? Yeah, because it really is coming down to, I think, too, is this curve. It's really screwing with us here. What is that value? $1246.10 there, and 1246.57. So this is our wider point here. This value is higher than that one out here. So we did use that value instead of this value. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to wrap my brain around why this is not working. We've tried it on both sides of that start, so in either case that should have worked. So we're trying to get it to pick that stall up, basically. I'm thinking at this point it's just not picking up that stall. Do we have enough stalls? What about the gaps in... That's something else I want to look at too. So we got 1322. Okay, I see what you did. That's not wrong either. So as long as these are ahead of that, which they are. 1370. I see what you did now. 37. Yeah, so that should be okay. 94, 116. You went all the way to 111. I just want to check the... Yep. Yeah, so that's not wrong. Lordy, lordy, lordy. This should be commented out, so I shouldn't have to worry about that. I think when I did it last time too, I did make sure I just took a lot of that stuff out too. Which, it really shouldn't matter. As long as you're commenting out by putting something in front of that, it's not going to read that line. It's just going to be a comment. But I kind of almost feel that's partially what's going on here. On top of just this curve is really cucking us right now. Yeah, it shouldn't be this difficult though. That's for sure. Yeah, good. No splitting. So you're coming in here. We're getting the queue. I guess as far as coming into the pits. That's good. I don't have any room, I guess, to be able to make this pit road. I've already had this apron near pits. I made that a pit road. I added that F section there, I guess, to accommodate that. I didn't really have to do any PTF changes, I guess, the last time either, from what I remember. Don't remember. I'd have to look at the VOD. But this should work, though. And the fact that it's not, that's what's bugging me. I don't get that. Because when we consider, I guess, as far as just the way the sim reads, as far as that, especially taking into consideration this extension, this overlay, it should be reading this pit stall, as far as in conjunction where the car is. I'm using this as a center line of the car, coming past there, hitting this line, and if you're speeding, once you're past this line, especially where that pit stall is, regardless if it's on either side of this pit lane start, that should be picking that up. But the fact that it's not, it's like, why? Let me look at it from this way too. Shouldn't matter. You got a lot of undefined stuff in here too. I meant to mention that too. Not that it really matters because you don't really interact with that, but that's something you should... Ooh, you got a race. That might be need to get looked at. Looks like you might have added some shadowing F sections here. You have to probably pay attention to this here, Torch. Make these apron. Could run into problems there, because as far as if a car gets off that. Behind the wall here probably won't matter so much, but that's just a matter of cleanup. Some of these sections here are racing surface as opposed to apron. That's probably just from adding F sections there without adjusting. Yeah, right here. It's all behind as far as what you would actually interact with, so it's not too much of an issue, but it's just a matter of cleanup is all. Okay. Let's go over here and look at it from this way. Now, it shouldn't matter if I've got this wall's pit wall, because we don't actually have... This is not an active stall. You want to keep that in mind. All we're using it for is for the sim to pick up that this is a stall based on the overlay, as far as the extension of pit road. So... I mean, we do have a lot of space in here, and I think that's what I'm just thinking about what I did last week. There's a lot of space here before we get to the actual active pit stall, which is beyond this white line. We could focus more on... I'm going to leave this just like it is, but just move that pit stall more up into this way where it originally started, and keep that D along where we got as far as where the pit lane start is and just go from there. Because there's no reason why that shouldn't work. It really isn't. Defining all these areas the way it should be. That's what's really perplexing me right at this moment. So let's go back to our original value for pit stall location, which was a 1249. So let's see where that lands us here. 1249. Oh, got to zoom in here again. 1249.20. That should be right about there. So that stall would be right there ahead of that line. Now what I'm wondering is if that's too close still. Maybe we need to go a little bit further up. That's something I'm thinking too. So instead of the original 1249, we could go this side of the segment here. So past this segment here. This might be too small of a segment here for it to actually pick up. Because again, we want to keep in mind, let's put this at the 6 meters. This goes all the way back to when we had to redesign that lead segment. So if the car falls, it's at 6 meters. Okay, so that's 6 meters. That might be our issue. I'm not saying that nothing needs to be done geometrically to the wall. That might be our problem here. So when the car's center point is getting past this point here, there's not enough room for it. It kind of goes back, like I said, to that lead segment. The car's not fully engulfed into that segment as it's coming through, so it's not picking it up. So I might have to move that first pit stall over here. That's a bigger segment. Yeah, that might be our issue. I mean, granted, I might be off like a tenth or so, I guess, on this, but I put this roughly at, say, this is the length of the car from front to back. So when it's getting in here fully engulfed, and it can't do that. It's not fully engulfed in here for the game to actually just pick up that you're speeding once you pass that line. So I might have to put it up in this segment where it's a little bit bigger, I think. Oh, it's even smaller there. Crap. Son of a gun, anyway. So, how big is this segment? I might have to put that pit stall up in here instead of... I mean, there's plenty... I guess what I'm trying to do at this point is just take advantage, I guess, of where the actual pit road starts, which is up here, closer to this white line. And still be able to tag, I guess, you know, when you come in and pass this line, if you're not down to pit speed before you hit this white line, that's really what we're trying to compensate here. So I think when I put this down here, without looking at the VOD here, I'm thinking I had it in this bigger segment, as far as that first pit stall. And didn't go quite back as far. Because these two segments are too small, as far as considering the length of the car. Being fully engulfed into that segment for it to pick up. It's not enough time for the game to respond to say, yep, he was in that segment and speeding. So we got to use a segment that's long enough. So this one's probably more an option. So let's go this way. We'll put the pit stall at this spot. And what is that bet? So that one is 1262.24. Okay. $62.24. Let's try that. Yeah, so hopefully that makes sense, I guess, as far as what I'm considering at this point. Everything that we've tested so far, these two segments that we've been trying to put. Now, this one shouldn't be too bad. But I think, again, it's probably just a reaction time of the game as far as, like, it's picking up the first pit stall. Once you get past this is too small. So once the car can't get fully engulfed in here to say, yeah, he was actually speeding. So having it on that side doesn't make any sense. So putting it further up this way, you know, a bigger segment, it can read this and say, okay, once he gets to that point, yeah, he's definitely speeding. The only problem that might necessarily involve is it means you can go a little bit deeper than this yellow line before it actually picks you up speeding. So these two segments will be negated as far as if you're speeding in these two zones, it's not going to pick it up. Would be the only problem. Which you could probably adjust that by moving this line up further. So that it's ahead of this segment, and it's still ahead of where the pit road actually starts, but you know, it's taking advantage of using this segment here, which is bigger, and the car can get fully engulfed into it. So that would be just a matter, like I said, of just moving that up. In fact, what I will do, just for reference here, I'm going to keep that line there, but I'm going to put another hot spot up here, so I can kind of tell what I can get away with as far as where it should be down to speed, just so I can tell in the game, in the sim itself. So let's do that. Let's go. I mean, that's not that big of a deal, in my opinion, as far as to move that yellow line up to this edge of the segment here instead of taking advantage of these two. Yeah. So you have that line where they... Yeah, so even though this might be in real life, you know, as far as IRL, to take advantage of where the way these segments are in the track, you might have to fudge that a little bit. So what I'm going to do is just keep that line there for now. I'm going to take a hot spot here. Let's go this track surface decal. And just put another one down here so I can get, just put a rough line in here so I can see where that new line would be in the sim when I test it out. So that's more or less going to be a throwaway PTF, but let's go to TSD hotline, and that's added to, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's TSD hotline when I add. Oh, went too far. Okay, I'll just leave it that size. So I just want to put this in a spot where that is. So I'm going to go in my linear guide. Let's go back to geometry view here real quick. So if we go like this, we want to put it this spot right here. So it's going to be at this line. I'm going to get this hot line on this edge of this segment here. That's what I'm trying to accomplish there. So I'm going to use the linear guide as a guide to put that in place. Yeah. So I want to turn this a little bit. Okay, go back to geometry view. Pretty close. Back to geometry. That's pretty good right there. So at that line there, if I pass this line, if I'm speeding, let me use that as a reference. If I'm speeding once I pass this line in the sim, then it should tag me. We're going to leave it at this line here, so it definitely, if I'm speeding in these two segments here, it won't pick it up, obviously, because they're too small. And this is kind of somewhat the problem that we've been kind of hitting on, I guess, as far as this whole time, as far as like you can't, if the car isn't going to be fully engulfed in there, you know, front to back, then you run into this type of problem. Now the fact that I didn't have that problem, I don't remember if I did actually make, I'd have to look at the VOD and see what I did, but that seems to be what's happening here so far with everything we tested so far. That should work, and it's not. So I'm going to save this as a new PTF, and I'm going to do this as pinint B, just so I know that I added that line. Now, if I wanted to go even further, I can do int and just do, let's say, hotline. It doesn't matter how long you make this, the name of this PTF. You can make it as long as you want, because you're going to rename it anyway once you put it in the sim to test it. So we're going to do that, and then confirm that it's saved. Enter track edit folder. Oops. This one we're going to throw away. We already tested that. We're going to put our new one in there. You can keep it if you want. It's not necessary. It's just kind of a throwaway. So yeah, there's our new one. Copy that to our game track folder. and just ensure that we got it named properly. So we're going to grab the name of our track here, either by the DAT file or the track folder, either way, and then do a rename, paste, and boom. Now we can test that out. All right. So this is probably another fair thing to mention, I guess, as far as we need to save this here too. Made that change. Just to confirm, it doesn't hurt to, I guess, to save it again even if it didn't make a change. But you know, trying to take something that's already out there as far as to adjust it to where it was originally, this could be some of the problems you might run into. So it may not necessarily be worth your time, I guess, to do so. Once it's working, I guess, the way the original creator put it, leave it alone. Alright, so let's go ahead and load this up. You know, and like I said before, it's like some might necessarily be scratching their heads, like, why even bother, I guess, as far as putting it in there if it's so hard, I guess, to get into the pits, you know, coming in hot on a curve section of the track. You know, the whole thing's curved. You're gonna have to slow down anyway. Well, there's plenty of drivers that can handle that ability, I guess, as far as to keep their car under control and potentially take advantage of that exploit. It's 100% been proven. Doesn't matter, online, hosted, whatever. If there's an exploit there, they'll use it, and that's what I try to eliminate. That's my reason to do it. So we'll get this loaded up. We're going to start from the back as we've been doing. Alright. So if anything, it may come down to, if we test this out here, is just to move that actual line. Which I didn't see that it really didn't pose to be an issue, I guess, last time, but seems to be at this point. I don't know. Not sure what that's up with that. I would have to look at the VOD and see what I did there. I know I did that very fast. Very quick, fast, and, you know, kind of like zip, zam, boom, and it was good to go. But okay, let's go right to race. Just checking everything out to make sure everything's okay.
Drivers, start your engines.
I noticed the frames on the video screen is a little bit slow too. I don't know if that's by design. Is there just not enough frames there? Could probably speed that up a little bit, I guess is what I'm saying. That's just a matter of changing the frame rates. You know, how fast the frames are on that video. It seems to be a little choppy there. Is that the way it's supposed to be? That was the intention, I guess. So now we got, who do we got back with us now? We got Andretti still and Casey Mears.
Man, I'll call the green there.
I like how the
I'll
grid actually adjusts. It's kind of random, I guess, as far as each time they start.
Get ready.
So we don't have David. Where's David Starr at this point? David Qual. I don't see him in here. Carl Long's in there in the 46. Nice. Oh, you didn't like it too fast, look funny? Okay. Well, if that was your intention, then that should be with that. It just looks a little bit choppy to me, like you can tell there's not enough frames there almost. Yeah, but if you're making it too fast, then, you know, you're not able to see actually what's going on there. But it could also create the necessity, I guess it could create some more frames, you know, some additional frame, you know, pictures to go into that sequence, I guess, anyway. That's got 52 frames in it? Wow. I'll have to take a look at that. I'm going to take a look at that black line that's going through pit road, too, before too long. Alright, we're going to go ahead and make a pit stop here. There we go. Only got a couple laps in. Okay, that was definitely speeding. Let's go ahead and do a stop too. Whew. Had to do a beeline there. It's kind of tough trying to speed into the pits here. Alright.
Okay, go, go, go. That was a hell of a stop.
Hell of a stop. Anything under 15 seconds, you get that. I noticed that. Anything under 15 seconds pit stop, that's a hell of a stop. Yeah, there's that black line again. So I want to take a look at the frames. Yeah, it just seems choppy to me. If that does have 52 frames, I think it could probably be bumped up a little bit. It just seems like too still frame.
1 minute 3.3.
And that might be just me. I mean, if it's good to you, then I'd leave it alone. But
Don't speed. Do not speed here. Remember, 3,000 second gear. Clear to the wall.
see, it's still not picking it
All
up.
clear. All clear. Go hard.
Wow. Alright, let me try it again. One more time. That's just nuts, man. I don't remember having this much of a problem last week. It was like boom. It was like just right there. I'll definitely have to be checking out last week's VOD. See how the hell I did that. Because everything that I've done so far, logically, it should have worked. I'm going to come in here again. Here goes nothing.
It goes C35. Need to amend number 3,000 second gear.
Alright. Came in hot. Yeah, this really shouldn't be that difficult, folks. As far as what I did that last week, it should have been just pretty straightforward.
Okay, go, go, go.
We got the pit exits. That's dialed right in. So we're gonna obey the pit speed here. Try not to speed here. We did come in hot, so
1
but as I tested it last week there, I didn't even stop.
0.4.
As far as coming in hot, and it's still tagged. Nope,
Clear to the wall.
still not tagging.
They're all clear.
That's
all
crazy.
Clear.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the replay here and actually confirm as far as like if I was. I definitely feel like I was speeding, but I'm gonna go ahead and check it. There's that black line there again. Let's go all the way back here. All right, where were we at here? So we were 53 miles an hour when we came in past that line. Now, if we look at this line, that's the key one next to we moved that as far as where that pit stall is. So we got to look at, let's go to helicopter so we can catch that. Hello. So at that line, this is the new one that I put in here just to kind of confirm this is where it should pick you up past this line. So we can put that stall up over here. And it's still ahead of where the actual pit road starts. Center line of the car. Yeah, we were definitely 49 miles an hour. It should have really picked it up. You know, considering too, we still got the pit road defined there, as well as that pit stalls here. And then we've already passed that line, so we were definitely speeding there, so it should have definitely picked it up there. So the fact that it's not, that's really confusing. I'm not sure. Probably have to take a look at the VOD, I guess, as far as from last week and see actually how I applied that. But everything I've done so far, either way, as far as like that, it should have, one of those should have worked. As far as to compensate, to take advantage, I guess, of this actual yellow line. Because I know we didn't move this at all. We were just using what was already there. So I think I'm going to leave that at that for now. It's like I'll have to take a look at the VOD and see what I did last week, because that I don't want to waste too much time. I guess I'm trying to figure that out. I already feel we wasted enough time as it is. There's some other areas that I want to look at here as far as the frame rates on this deal and such like that. Just for my own, just to humor myself, I guess, at this point. Let's close that out. Alright, so this black line that's on the pit road, that white line on pit road, let's check that out. Yeah, so those are more or less throwaway PTFs there. Yeah, so we could definitely see it's taking. That's another good reason, I guess, to ensure that it's loading the proper PTF. The fact that I put this line here, I save that PTF, that's giving me confirmation it's reading the proper PTF, because it's actually showing that line that I put in there. So even if you were to put a cone somewhere or whatever like that, just to make a confirmation of the fact that the sim is actually loading the PTF that you want it to read, if you're unsure, because there's no way to tell that by just doing a save game in the sim itself to say. So putting something visual in there, I guess, to say, yeah, that's the PTF that's loading correctly. So we already made that confirmation. Let's look at this black line right here. What's going on with this? Might be just a skewing issue. So it's like right in here. So that's the asphalt. This is the painted line. So it doesn't have... That's interesting. So it doesn't actually have any texture. That's weird. In any of these. This one does, though. This might be something... Yeah, so it's got to be at a 270. That's on this segment here. Let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so that might be all I need to do there. That's at a 270. So yeah, we probably got to put this at a 270. The fact that you usually want to have some type of texture assignment here like that. Let's do that. That's actually set to pit road, yep. Do that, and 270. Back. Yeah, none of these are set. So I'm going by what was here in this segment. It's at 270 pit road. Okay, let's do that. It's like majority of these need to be adjusted. And that's on the pit entrance side here. Let's go back and check all these actually. Yeah, looks like all these are. Now, if we look at how that looks, so these don't have. So the problem that was. Whoa, what's going on there? So that's not lined up there, so let's see if we can tell that in there. That just means an F section's not locked together. Let's see here. Where's that at actually? Let me get my bearings straight here. So we got... Oh, it's way ahead of that. Okay, cool. So it's near that first line right here. So it's right here. Okay, so it's in this zone. Let's see, is that where that's at? Let me see here. Oh, it's ahead of that line. Gotcha. Let's say I don't see anything there. So it's right here. Yeah, so this F section isn't tied. That's why that's spit out. So yeah, we've got still a little bit of cleanup here. Not too bad, but this has got to be locked in. That's just before this white line. And then probably double check the texture. The skewing on here looks like it's... This needs to have value in it. So let me put it on this very first one here. Let's go on the very beginning of pit road here. Really minor stuff. I mean, this can be fixed pretty easily. So yeah, this should have a... So that's going to be on this texture right here. Yeah. So it looks like it has black on it. But it looked like up there was at a 270, so 2.70, like that. So it's got a black edge on here like that. That's why it was kind of... That black edge was kind of skewing. So this probably needs to be adjusted. Now, one way you could probably fix is you can set this one and use that copy forward, copy properties forward, and just go all the way down to the end here just to make sure they're all the same. And even if they are already that way, it wouldn't matter. You don't have any breaks in this here, so it's a really good way, I guess, to use copy forward. So once you get this one set, it's on pit road. This is actually set to asphalt. I'd probably put it to paint, but that's your preference. I'll just go copy forward and just make sure. Yeah, see, this one didn't match. Now that's where probably where that brake is. You probably want to fix that brake first. Let's see here. It might have jumped over. So the fact that it did that, yeah, that's where it's not tied. So it couldn't necessarily jump over, so it went to a different line. So yeah, you definitely want to make sure you fix that tie first. Right here. Otherwise that copy forward feature isn't going to work. Okay, now from here I should be able to do it. Let me confirm that it's actually where it needs to be. I'm going to do a no on this one. So I think I was on the wrong line. Alright. So let's start from the back again. I'm going to go back here. Copy forward. And even if it is already where it needs to be, you know, as far as it's already at that value, it's not going to matter. It doesn't hurt to go over it this way. Just making sure all those are tied up. Set these up. See, there's another one. Is that broke? Let's do a no. See, when you get that to come up like that, you definitely want to look at that area and see what's going on with it. To see if maybe the F section isn't tied. And vice versa. It could be just be it didn't have the same value as all. Yeah, so that looks good there. Yep. Looks okay. But you can always go back to that line. Okay. Do that. Yeah. Copy that. So we'll do forward. Yes. So I want to take that value, so I'm going to copy forward. Yes. So none of these are set the same as before the previous one here. So what is that set at? Just out of curiosity. Oh, you do have it at paint. See, that's why I was giving you that error. So some of these are set to asphalt and some are paint. Personally, because that is an actual paint line, I would actually make that paint and not asphalt. But that's a matter of preference. So just making sure you set your initial segment that you want to copy forward to the right value, and then just take it all the way through. I'll set this up as paint down here and go right back through it again. Just going to show how this works here. So we go paint, pit road, and then that value, and then we can go copy forward. See, it's going to give me that one there because this one's set to asphalt. That's why it's bringing up this message. Yeah, but it can be a combination of it. It could either be that message comes up there. It could be like if your F section isn't tied, it could jump to another F section. So you want to pay attention as far as if it's staying on that same line, because you can easily apply a property to something else that you didn't want to by not being careful. I know I got at least one clip that shows the abuse that can necessarily be used with that copy property forward and back. You want to watch where that thing is at as far as... See, all these are going to do that because it's set to asphalt. And what you're trying to copy over is it's paint. It's just making sure that that's what you want to do. But I'm watching where that actually is making sure it doesn't jump to another section. That's what you want to do. You can get really carried away with this. And so this is more or less a summary as far as like the abuse, I guess, of using the copy forward. It's a nice feature, but if you use it wrong, it can definitely get you in trouble. Okay, so far these are all good to go. These were already set to paint, which is fine. We'll just go back through them all and just make sure all these segments are set the same. All the way up to that one. Cool. So now we can go back and go forward again. And now we can confirm that's all good. So, yeah, we got to tie that one up that I showed there, and that will take care of that issue. So majority of these didn't have any texture assignments here as far as the text sag, the skewing. So I think that was part of the problem too. So now we don't have that problem anymore there. So it was happening right around in this region. So now it's got that nice black line. It doesn't streak, it gets across there like a skid mark. Really minor adjustment there as well. Was 100%. how that should be. I use that. Yeah, it's just a matter of, yeah, as long as you use it carefully and cautiously, it's a really nice, it's a really solid tool, I guess, as far as that copy for. But you can get carried away with it and really screw up some stuff too in the same process. All right, so as far as the frames on these, you said there was 52 frames to this, right? Well, I want to see what you got them set at, just out of curiosity. They just seem slow to me, I guess. And it could be just me, but it seems like really choppy is all. But you got 52 frames, it should be plenty of space to be able to apply a faster frame rate. Let's see what we got going on here. So which one am I on here? Oh, I'm on this one over here. Okay, we'll bring it over here then. So this one is, yeah, so here shows the animations for this. We have a trailer video screen, and you got 52 frames, and you got it set to 2 frames per second. Normally you would set this to around in between 12 and 15, just to make them go a little bit faster. Yeah, 2 frames I feel is a little slow, and that's just my own personal preference. Because it seems like it's the screen on that is lagging. Now, if you wanted to make more frames in this, you could easily do that. You would have to redesign that model, I guess, to be able to accommodate those number of frames and have it run that slow. That would at least give you, you know, more smoothness, I guess you could say, by having more frames. But commonly, whatever like that, this is usually around 12 to 15 frames with that number of frames. That's why, and that's, again, this is, like I said, just just a critique and just a probably more of a personal preference as far as the fluidity, I guess, of those frames as well. Yeah. So the fact you got it at 2 frames per second, that's why it seems like it's running really choppy. So, and you know, just the other thing that I mentioned too, as far as that fixing on pit road. The only other small issues are the welds I mentioned. It's really just minor stuff. There's nothing really major, but it would take, I guess, the initiative, I guess, to go through it with a fine-tooth comb again. And these are the types of things that I'm looking at now. You're at the point now where you're really picking out all the other small things at this point, like you know, the assignments, and you can really go back into. In fact, let's do that really quick. We can go into the extended surface view or even the surface types. So you'll actually see all those surface types that are being applied as far as the paint. But definitely what I saw in here in the extended, so this looks fine here. But in the extended, you definitely see all these little slivers of, and even though it's out of the racing group, it's just a matter of cleanup. Just to kind of make that, because definitely you can tell that you probably had to add an F section here to accommodate, you know, probably putting in some shading or whatever. It just didn't get applied, I guess, as apron, just to kind of make this all cleaned up is all. And then that undefined area. Now, again, that's probably not really critical, I guess, as far as that undefined area, because you're not really going to interact with that at all. But that's something it's just kind of been a peeve of mine as far as like when that doesn't get addressed. As far as to be, to me, if anything, it should be set to apron. But if you necessarily want to keep it that way, I guess, as far as just to create that boundary as far as where your infield starts when you come into this view as you're editing it, that's another thing. And that's a personal preference, I guess, on the track creator, if they want to do that, to kind of create themselves a hard line as far as like, okay, I know where that's at. Because it can be really tough to be able to pick out, if you've got everything set to this apron color, to say where's that wall at. So to make something that stands out a little bit more, to understand as far as like where those breaks should be, this is not wrong, I guess, to be able to do that. Whether you keep it that way or not, I guess, is the other thing. But it's definitely something you wouldn't react with anyway, you know, as far as like being racing on the track and whatever, let alone, I guess, getting access to the infield or whatever. So it's just a personal preference, but I can totally understand as far as like why it would necessarily get put that way in the first place. But really minor stuff though, nothing really major anymore. I think it's you know, like I said, the safer welds, as far as making sure that all those are lined up, that little piece there. And I'm going to definitely be looking at the VOD. We got the VOD on there from last week. I'm going to be taking a look at that myself and see what actually done. Because I know I got that working last week. It's really kind of a head scratcher as far as like why that pin entry protocol stuff isn't working. But to get the actual values that I had applied there to actually get it working in, I'm going to definitely be taking a look at that. The area outside the track. As far as what? As far as objects, or? I mean, the way you got it right here, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, if you want to leave that as apron, that's fine. Because, you know, like I said, you're not really good at it. It really comes down to, like, when you're coming in here, as far as to remove, I guess, some of those, you know, how it blends in here. Like, if you left this way, you know, you're coming in the track here, you're not interacting with it anyway, but it's like it gives you a sense there, because it can be really tough to be able to tell where that wall and fence is if you have this all apron, because that color just blends in. It's hard. Just look at how the racing surface is. If this shading wasn't on there, you wouldn't be able to tell where that starts. So, but these areas here, you definitely want to make sure those are defined properly, because you'll, as far as the cars go and whatever like that, they will interact with that, and it will. Now you got this wall here is racing surface, so that's a problem. So if they interact with that one there, that could potentially create a problem. I think that says racing surface, so I'll have to check that here. It would be a matter of just going through it and actually, it might be actually as ARM code. Let's check it out here. If it says ARM code, then it'll be fine. That's, yeah, but any areas that the vehicles, you know, as far as if you're actually racing on it, it would be interactive. You definitely want to make sure it's set properly. So this one's on Armco, so that's fine. Yeah, because the Armco's got more of a gray look to it too, just like a racing surface. So yeah, that's why I wanted to double check that. So that's fine like that. You could probably even go so far to make this apron instead of racing surface. I guess that was the other point I was trying to make. So making this apron like that, that could potentially create an issue there if you have this as racing surface, because you've the way this simulation is, it's really finicky, I guess, that way. When it's seeing stuff like that, it could give you some really funky, you know, reactions, I guess, as far as. So keeping everything that's in an apron area defined as, you know, as we see it visually, that's all easy to fix. So as far as to go through it like that, though, it's nothing really major. But I think that's something that should be addressed, so you don't have racing surface in that close in. Even though it's just a thin wall like that, it could still cause issues. Especially this right here. That little sliver here would definitely cause an issue. If you got a car that you're trying to limp on there, and, you know, say for example during a caution, if you spin out as opposed to not, that could bring out an erroneous caution, for example. You know, again, if you're trying to evade, you know, running into somebody like that, you're trying to get on the apron so that you don't get, you know, tagged, I guess, as a car that's in distress or whatever. That could, if you're on the racing surface, something that's defined as racing surface, that could spawn, I guess, the game to read is like, oh, you're on racing surface and you did that. It's like, oh, that's a problem. I need to bring out caution. So that could bring out a, oh wait, you got a undefined here. Now that we're mentioning it, this is undefined. That's definitely, that should be fixed. That should be Armco. That's in turn 3. So I guess as we're kind of critiquing this here, so there's some areas here, and that's just going into the enhanced extended surface, display extended surface types. And just checking out that way. I mean, it's just little stuff like that, but that would definitely cause a problem. They're not having that defined. If you were to hit the wall with your car as you're racing there, that could create a problem. Not as far as the dynamics of it, just hitting that in the game, not recognizing that you hit a race, you know, something on the racing surface and got. It could. I mean, again, it's just a wall, but that's something that should be addressed. Let's go around here and some more. So you got pit road on this side. I like how this is done. You got that separation between the safer and the actual pit road. Now you got some apron there. Oh, I didn't even realize that. We got some apron near pits in here. See that little sliver right there? Interesting. I don't know if we had that in there before, but not that that should cause too much of a problem, I guess, as far as the but that would need to be addressed as well. I would probably make this pit road, whatever that happens to be there. One of the two needs to either be apron or pit road. You can see that apron near pits right in that little sliver there by the Monster Energy. This has got some apron near pits here. I would fix that, even though that's kind of out of the way. But apron near pits here. That should probably be. Now you got this all racing surface out here too. I just noticed that. So this is racing surface. You know, you're not going to interact with that at all, but I think it's just a matter of just clean up, just to kind of make it make sense as far as when you come in here that this is all apron. It's really not going to affect as far as the function, the overall function of the track. It's just to clean it up in here is all. Yeah, let's see. You got this little sliver apron near pits there, right here. That little sliver that I showed on the wall there. Not on the wall, but actually the surface. Let's see what else we got here. Since we're going around here. Yeah, with this separation. Oh, so you got actually pit road bleeds over in the apron here. Interesting. That might have been to be too much of an issue, but if that doesn't bleed too much over in the pit road, I would probably make that apron if you can. What is that actually as here? Let's see. Let's go into here. Take a look at that. Some of these little slivers like that, like if it's got shadow or something in there, may not be much you can do about it, but this has actually got, let's go back to display textures. See what's on there. So that, yeah, it's got a little bit of concrete there. Yeah, I guess I can understand that a little better. So looking at this, you got concrete here, but I think you can probably get away with, oh, so it would bleed over here too. Okay. Might be necessary to suck that in so that it's not bleeding on one side or the other, so that you can make that. So the fact you got this as pit road to take advantage of that, that wasn't wrong, but it's actually bleeding over into this side of the wall, as I was showing there. That may or may not potentially cause a problem, because if you get onto that, it might catch you that you're on pit road when you're not. As far as if you crash and get in on that, especially if it's just like one tire or whatever. Yeah, so you might have to suck that in on this side so that that's not bleeding over, I guess, into the apron part. Because when I look at this closer, you obviously don't want the apron, I guess, to bleed over into pit road. So the way that texture is, F section is defined here, it's bleeding the pit road over the apron. That may or may not, like I said, cause an issue as far as it doing that. You know, as far as if you're racing on there, it might say you're on pit road when you weren't, as far as erroneously. So it may just come down to just sucking that F section in so it's tied in with this safer wall, so it's not like that. That could potentially be a major thing, I suppose. Yeah, so when you get down to this end, it might... Actually, this is already sucked in pretty good here, so it probably won't hurt it too much. Okay. That must be a wall end. That's interesting how you did that. So that must be an object right here. Cool. I think I did that. Is that an object? Now I'm curious. Yeah, so the fact that it wasn't showing as blue, I think that was a huge clue. So that's actually an object on the end of that wall. So you remove, I guess, the... Pretty neat. So that's a good point. So it's like when you're doing the text segs, I guess to put the decals on here, you can't put... This is what I've always felt was a flaw with the way the texture segs go for walls on this here. So if you've got texture segs, I can already 100% know what's going on here. So in this segment here, you got this broke up probably with more than one segment as far as to get the logos on the wall. So if you can't apply an end tag, for lack of a better way to put it, you can't put a tag like this on the end there when you've got more than one segment in it. It won't let you do it. I've always felt that as a flaw. So the only way around that, so that doesn't leave a big hole on the end here, is to put a piece on there like you did. As sad as that is, yeah, I've always felt that it's been a flaw in sandbox track design as far as not being able to put more than one segment, you know, as far as texture goes, and be able to put a, in this case it would be a far wall. It won't let you do it. So you had to compensate and put that in there. Right. No, I totally get it now, because the fact that it's not blue or any other color like that, the fact that I can actually see the model, that's a huge clue. So all this is a model here too. The fact that I can see the actual texture in this mode, that 100% tells me that. Oh, the whole wall is a model? Well, I can still see some of it is still geometric. Right? So the fact that this is blue here, there's part of it that's still geometric, because it's showing me the blue. There's just parts of it, I guess, that are actually a model. I can clearly see that. Yeah. Right. I mean, that's just that marrying, I guess, of using both geometric and 3D modeling, I guess, to make it look like it's all solid. But that kind of shows what it looks like, I guess, from this mode anyway. Because you want to still have that collidable property there as far as the geometric spline, to actually take advantage, I guess, of that collision there. You don't want to be able to bleed through that if you just made it a model as far as the 3DO. So that's a nice combination, I guess, of the geometric as well as the 3D model. And just like with the Safer and the geometric steel. I mean, that's pretty cool. Alright. So we got any other areas that... yeah, so this worked out really good on the pit end exit anyway. We got a little sliver of apron near pits right here. That could probably be addressed. Now that we've already confirmed, I guess, that works good on the pit exit there. You definitely don't need that there. That's just a little bit of cleanup. Yeah, the fact that a lot of this, even on this end here, I showed that on the other end here, you got this all racing surface, I would make that apron. Personally. Just to clean that up there. So when you're coming in here and you're looking, it's like, why is that all racing surface? It's like, that's not the way that should be. Regardless of whether or not you do actually interact with it or not. Some of this is all modeled. You can tell that, so showing the texture there. This is a modeled wall. Pretty neat. Again, just that combination of geometric with 3D modeling. That's what we're all about here on Spline Design Studios Saturday. Yep, so same thing over here. You got racing surface on this. Probably want to make those apron. Yep. So we still got a little bit of, you know, finer detail, I guess, to deal with there. But yeah, I would definitely address that as far as this entire wall to make it all apron. Now, if you wanted to go even the other way as far as to make this, it's nice to have, I guess, areas where cars can get off, you know, especially player car, to be able to get off there and not get, you know, tagged, I guess, as far as like doing something that you're not supposed to do on a racing surface, like go the wrong directions, whatever. So have these little areas defined like that. I would probably go that route as opposed to just making that all racing surface. Yep, definitely that one there though too. That stood out. But yeah, looking good so far. Overall, I mean, as far as the overall functionality of that, I mean, with respect, I guess, to that, for whatever reason, I guess that pit entrance pitting protocol doesn't want to work. That's why we've got the VODs out there, I guess, as far as from the previous live streams to see how it was done in the first place. I'll just put it that way. We've got that as a time capsule, I guess, to be able to go and check that back. Was the only way to get the wall to look that way? Yes, 100%. I know exactly what. I've had to deal with that several times myself, and it's like it's just it's always been kind of a sad thing to me, the way the dynamics of applying, especially when you're dealing with a wall end like that, that you can't put a far wall and or near wall, I guess, when you got more than one texture segment within that segment. When you split it up like that, it won't let you do it. That's always kind of bugged me, but that's part of the other reason why you figure out a way, I guess, to be able to model in a piece there. I think you've done that the same thing, I guess, with that pit wall opening over here too. Same thing. You can clearly see that over here too. So because you got a bigger opening geometrically here, you were able to compensate for that by putting in a modeled piece there. And in this view, you can definitely see it. And that doesn't take away from the track in that regard. It's just making it look like it belongs there, as I've already showed. Yeah, so this is all modeled wall here. You can see that where it's the light blue over the... So this is a model. So if I go back to... You would never know that without coming into this view anyway. So if you go here to here, you can't even tell. You would never know that that was a model piece there, unless you went into a view like that. Now, the only thing that still does bother me is just this line here, as far as how that doesn't line up here. But, again, if that is the way it is in actuality, leave it alone. And I never did test out on these different openings. I did check the very end of pit road and the very first pit stall, but I could always go back in there and actually check this. If you've got a pit stall that starts here, you could probably bump this line up a little bit and it wouldn't really harm it all that much, just to kind of even that out there. But again, if it's, I'm going by, you know, what you've got for picture references. If that's the way they got in actuality, leave it alone. Just disregard what I say. But to me, that seems off. The fact that that line doesn't line up just like this line does for that back side of that pit stall. That's just me being nitpicky. If that's the way they actually did it in reality, that's garbage. But if they did, and if it does need to be lined up, I guess, with that opening, then I would adjust it. So that frame rate's there. I showed off how to fix that little bit of a problem there as far as that black streak, I guess, over there. Actually, that whole paint line through that, I already showed all that as far as how to fix that. But yeah, pretty solid there. All the changes that have been made as far as the shadowing in there, it's fantastic work. Good work. Liking it. So that is pretty much all I got. I'm starting to get hungry. I've been fed, I guess, as far as all this new stuff here. I've been able to get a little bit of track time, I guess, on it once again. Ran a couple of short races there. I'd use that term races, I guess, loosely, but yeah. Really liking what you did with the shadows. That really adds a lot to the track. All the shadows at this point. I don't really see anywhere else that you could probably apply additional ones. I mean, I'm sure you'll probably go around it and determine more places that you could probably do that, but even as it stands right now, don't really need to. The fact that there's a shadow on this pylon, you got that one there, all that fencing shadow, you got on the shack there. I mean, that's solid stuff. That is pretty much all I have, though, folks. I appreciate everybody dropping on by. I know we had a lot of interaction today, a lot of lurkers today too. They got woke up pretty stoutly, I guess, as far as got called out, I guess, by the likes of Steelcrafter and even Sarge. So appreciate that. Yeah. No, and you probably don't really need to. I mean, you could probably go. You know, I know if James is still sticking around in here, he would probably mention it's like you can never have enough shadowing. Everything needs a shadow of some sort, either in the form of ambient occlusion or what have you. But as far as a shadow plane or ground plane, you know, for a shadow, he would put shadows on everything if he had his way. You know, these trailers, all the, you know, the team haulers, everything. He'd have them everywhere. You know, and I don't think you really necessarily have to do that. I think it's just on key points, you know, in key structures, you know, that have, you know, a lot of that, you know, that speak out loudly, that say like, yeah, that definitely needs to have that. You know, all those trees and stuff like that, you know, things like that. Definitely. Okay, just looking here for potential raid target. I guess I'm gonna send you guys off, I guess, to somebody that deserves, I guess, some attention here. I guess I'll go on Twitch. Bet you can find stuff to do and change for another year, probably. And you know, it doesn't hurt, I guess, to leave some room in there, I guess, for adjustment down the road. You know, I think the overall functionality of the track, even without having that pitting protocol, I guess, on there, it doesn't take away from the track. I want to make that abundantly clear too. So even without fixing that and getting that to where it be, which I've already proven, I guess it can be done. It's just a matter of getting it lined up properly. Even without that, as far as just the way the track functions, whatever, it's solid. I mean, it's like, doesn't matter which mode you go into, either the race mode, testing. I like the way you've balanced out as far as the population switches, I guess, for turning objects off. I think I already mentioned earlier, potentially adding the option, I guess, to be able to turn the shadows off that you applied with the depress the L key, especially if it being in the form of a model. That's an option. Whether you do it now or later on, you got that flexibility. It's pretty cool. Let's see, I'll get that working. I had it working. I'm not sure. Why does it separate? Yeah, as far as the pitting protocols, yeah, I'm not sure either. I will definitely be checking out the VOD though, as far as from last week there. I'm just looking here for potential. Once I find a raid target here, I will switch on over to the raid scene. Let's do. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I guess as far as being able to definitely be able to test the track out in its element. All that good stuff. Come on. I appreciate it. Oh, fantastic. You know what? I think what I'm gonna do. It's not really anybody on that I want to send you guys over to at the moment. I think what I want to do is just go ahead and do what I consider to be just a soft raid. You know, you can feel free to stick around, I guess, for the end of the stream. Stick around for the host at the end of the stream. I really do appreciate, I guess, as far as everybody that did stop by here and checked out what's going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. If you haven't already, if you're still lurking in the chat, make sure you hit the follow button for when the streams go live to get all those notifications, as well as to check out the social medias. I think the bot put it out there, but I'll put it out here again. I do post there, try to at least anyway, as far as on the regular, to let everybody know as far as what's going on. Either post stream, in between streams, and so on. So I got the Rock Nation Discord, my Twitter, as well as the Spline Design Studios Facebook group page. We use that as our forums for the website. Plenty of new and upcoming things, I guess, coming up with Spline Design Studios as well. So make sure you keep your eyes and ears open, I guess, for all that information coming out. Yeah, like I said, feel free to stick around, I guess, for the host at the end of the stream. And I will see you all again real soon. Bye for now.